Hey there friend, you click that link. Don't flinch now, don't even blink. It's just a stream with haunted flair, not a trick or murder lair. Come inside, ignore the cold. The fire's fake, but the vibe is bold. Sign this waiver, seal your doom. Screams await inside this room.
And yes, the decor screams too. Got a mic with feedback crack. Cams all glitchy, fears on track. Streaming live from Limbo's gate with cursed alerts that fluctuate.
Smiles too wide, eyes too bright. Ignore the bones off screen just right. I sing, you click, the chat ignites. One scream earns 10 views overnight.
Disclaimer: no souls were monetized, maybe.
Starting soon, don't walk away. Banshees beg you just to stay. Click that heart, unleash your doom. This stream's alive inside your room.
Starting soon, just count to 3. Whisper your name real slow for me. No stars, no bloom, no happy tunes. Just glitch, pop, hell, and dancing ghouls.
Alerts that wail, donations scream.
My mods are ghosts from broken dreams.
They're mostly chill, they joke and laugh.
But cross the line, they'll cut your path. And yes, they take coffee breaks in purgatory.
A folding chair, a witchy brew.
And yeah, that whisper's aimed at you.
We're casual here, no big alarms. Just jump scares tucked in demon charms. Starting soon, the bass ignites. The lights go wild with eldritch rites. If you hear voices, don't you cry. It's just the devil screaming.
You won't die. Starting soon, it's going down. We'll flip your grin into a frown. You click for laughs, now face the beast. You're on the menu at this feast.
My spell book logs your every scream. Clip that moment when you lost your dream. Merch is cursed, the tip jar bleeds. Sponsored now by Demon Seed.
This stream is brought to you by Possessos, the cereal that eats you.
I'm not mean, I'm just obsessed.
With haunting folks who failed the test.
But if you vibe and hang around, we'll drag your shadow underground.
You laughed, you screamed, your lights now fade. We're peeking out from where you stayed. So brace yourself, ignore the shade. Just ride the storm this stream has made. And remember, ghosts don't respect your space.
The lights go red, the screen goes black.
The chat types things it can't take back.
You blink again, the overlay tears. You're now the ghost caught in my layers. Don't say hi, don't drop a heart. That's how the haunting really starts. You came to watch, just passing through, but now the stream is watching you.
You should have read the terms of service.
Mic cuts out, but still you hear.
A lullaby sung in your ear.
Captions show what no one said. A nursery rhyme from something dead.
The chat screams run, but you don't move. You're vibing now inside the groove. You came for chaos, stayed for lore. Now you're part of Stream Corp's core. And hey, free membership for eternity.
Starting soon, don't close your door. You're not on Earth, not anymore. Share the stream or chant a spell. Let's raise the views and raise some hell.
Starting soon.
Hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Change. Who do we have? Hello, Saint. Hello, Yen. I do not owe you a brain cell. You have to get that one for yourself. That's mine. Hello, web user. Web abuser. Kick in, my favorite sweet. Name my least favorite shatter. Hi, Lulu Bell. Yeah, hello, Potterbella. Yes, we're back. We're so back. Quantum! 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 Quantum gets that little shutter. Hello! Hey, Blue! Listen, okay? It's written. Listen, okay? I needed music that fits the circus aesthetic, okay? Leave me alone. Do you know how long I worked on this shit? Saint can confirm how I almost went insane. Listen, I just wanted to do a funny. Yes, as you can see, I wanted to talk about Piratesoftware. I didn't care much about the drama at first, aside from the furry RPG. But then, I looked at it a bit more. Portabella comes after me. Listen, it's just performed by AI, okay? I wrote most of the chat myself. And then I looked more into it, and he's a fascinating creature. So I decided, you know what? Let's go over it. Lanza made a video where he... I'm singing it. You want to all to die and suffer right in the beginning of the stream? Listen. So I decided, you know what? Let's look over the whole history of this dude with Lanza. Because it's really fascinating. It's really... I won't spoil, but it's fascinating. How much bullshit he get into just because he can't take the L. Duwu could sing his yes in the Duwu voice. We can't handle Du singing in her true eldritch voice. See, exactly. You know what's going on, web user. So, let's get right into it.
Meet Piratesoftware, aka Jason Thor Hall, a 37-
Hi Ash, the lore. Have you heard about the lore?
year-old best known for blowing up in the YouTube algorithm in late 2023 due to posting bucket loads of YouTube shorts and live streaming 10 plus hours a day almost every single day. He's known-
Oh, small screen. Oops. 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 Listen, if you have a small screen, that's okay. It's not about the size of the screen. What is it, Yen? I'm streaming this. Oh, oops. 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 Wait, I fix. German fix. Yeah. I do be fixing. Okay, yeah. Yes. Oops. Wait, I got this, okay? I got this. Don't worry. Me German fix. There we go. Oops. Fixed. See? It fixed. Not scuffed, it fixed. You need no microphone check. Microphone is checked. Fix. See, I fix. I did fix.
portrayed himself as this deep-voiced, super smart guy who worked as a game dev at Blizzard for 7 years, and even has a soft side running a ferret sanctuary in his own home for the betterment of the animals' lives.
Aww.
This portrayal as a knowledgeable, nice guy who works in the gaming industry alongside blown
Professional German. Listen, if I'm professional at one thing, it's being German. Listen, I might be professional at fucking things up, but also I fix them in a really overcomplicated way.
in the streaming sphere would get him connections to streamer Ludwig, as he would become the director of strategy of Off-Brand Games in summer 2024. And overall,
Shut up, Jen. German fix blows up.
things seem to be heading in a good direction for the guy. However, during one faithful streaming day, Jason would find himself in a
Look at him. He's a gay little wizard. Ferrets are cute, but that house has to smell like rotting bodies. That's mean. That's mean, Saint. You ruin my toxic positivity vibes here.
bit of a sticky situation, to put it lightly. A situation that would open up a rabbit hole that shows a controversial history dating back almost 2 decades ago as of this video, and a controversial history that continues to build more and more with every passing day. Welcome to Only Fangs, a World of Warcraft
Only Fangs, really. I wonder what that could be a joke about.
guild made up by the biggest of the big in the streaming world to play the game and make content.
Where's Sister Snail? Sister Snail will come back next Saturday. She's on break. She has a vacation. She took a vacation for... Don't say sticky with him. Shush.
Together. The biggest
What was actually in that article? Oh my god. Yo, you want me to read shit. Funky Furry. Great start. Great start. Maldavius Fig Tree owns Darksphere Creations as well as being a talented sculptor. The Other Star. Which Sims have you explored lately? Maldavius Fig Tree. There's so much out there that people don't know about. Most people need to open their eyes and see the world a bit more. That doesn't answer the question. Sister Snail is at the Grippy Sock Spa, exactly. She needed a Saturday. Where do you hang out and relax? I hang out at Help Island Public, usually, helping people there, or in the sandboxes, tagging griefers with our airs. I have no idea what any of this nerd shit means. It's a lot of fun meeting new players. They are what SL is all about. Where do you party? Okay, I can't see. I want to know where he parties. What Sims do you find the most creative? The Wasteland Sims. An astounding amount of work is done by the development team, and in making the game that once there. They're astounding. Is that enough reading for you? Is that enough reading for you, Yen?
Controversial history dating back almost 2 decades ago as of this video, and a controversial history that continues to build more and more with every
Hey guys, does anyone know if he worked at Blizzard? He apparently did. But it will also be talked about in this video, so... No spoilers. I spaced out, I'm sorry. Shame. Shame, Portabella. Shame.
passing day. Welcome to Only Fangs, a World of Warcraft guild made up by the biggest of the big in the streaming world to play the game and make content together. The biggest kicker of this guild is that it's a hardcore variant of the game, similar to Minecraft Hardcore, where if you die, you lose your character and have to start up a brand new one, with it taking upwards of 200+ hours just to level up your character.
That's just being for masochists. That's just the mode for masochists. I never understand people who are like, you know what? This game is too easy to me. If I die, I want my 200+ hours being wasted.
To the max. This made dungeons and raids a whole lot more important and tense both for the streamer and the viewers watching, and so given this extra tension plus this...
Did I miss a joke? Did I miss a joke? Did I have a German moment again?
star power of the biggest streamers in the world all working together. It was a recipe for success on that side of the internet.
Oh yeah, I need to do the subtitles. How do I? Wait, I make him yellow for the sight impaired ones. Or the eye impaired ones. Fonts I see, I make them bigger. There. Boom, boom.
Jason was
We're being sarcastic.
one of the many members of this guild and would of course play the game because it's easy views and a way to network with other streamers and make connections and such.
Do hardcore mode is for those masochists that don't like physical pain. Yeah, true. For the e-masochists.
He was doing alright for himself, but that would all change on January 12th, 2025, as during the dungeon raid after things got a bit hairy, someone would make a call to run away, Jason would indeed do so, but they would try to salvage it as he would continue to run away before 2 members died.
Oh, and that in the hardcore mode? Yeah, I don't think that ended well. Okay. Before he talks any more further. I don't know much about MMOs because I'm a single player introvert. Because I want to play my fucking game and not wait for friends. I think the only multiplayer I ever played was fucking Borderlands. Hi, Amber! But I think if the mage just runs away on their own, that's bad. Because if I think about what mages do normally, they are the ones who do the area damage. So I think especially when you run away, the mage could really help there.
The issue here is that despite the call to run, everyone else will be mostly backing up and still trying to salvage the play and help others.
Okay, but you also see the way he runs here, you see that none of his teammates is right behind him. So it's like, didn't he wonder where his teammates are? And are like, hey guys, you coming? Chris, what did we say about no spoilers? Where are ya? Where are you, little shit? Where are ya? Boom. No spoilers!
Despite the call to run, everyone else will be mostly backing up and still trying to salvage the play and help others. Whereas Jason took off completely, and most importantly out of all of it, he had enough time to come back and try to save—
But again, you see here, he even looks behind himself. Hey, where are you guys? Boinky one coin. No, he left him to die, bro. He even looks behind, sees no one else is there, and is just running. Bro. I bet he just didn't want to lose his fucking character. It's like, well, every man for their own.
His teammates. This is what is called roaching out in the WoW community, and it didn't help that as Jason was arguing about how he didn't have enough mana to save
Like
him.
you see, in this whole place, he's the only one. So he can't even say, oh, sorry guys, you said I should run. I didn't know you weren't coming.
He would hover his mouse over the mana gem item for a split second before
And that
choosing not to use it, as well as having a robe
boy even has an item that can heal his mana. It's just like, nah, every man on their own. What an asshole.
item that gives him mana back on use. And on top of that, would also use an ability to waste mana to make it seem as if he had no chance to help save him when they look in the corner
Oh, guys, see my mana. Oh, it's not regenerating. Bro.
at his stats. This is clearly a rocha, and there ain't other way
Mana went bonbon. I hate you all. I hate all of you with these jokes. I blame Amber for this. I blame Amber.
around it. Jason could have tried to help save him, and he chose not to because he was scared of losing his character. It's clearly an L on his part, but instead of letting the other guild members explain to him how he roached out and let 2 people die in the process, he would instead rage quit the Discord call and act as if they're all the wrong ones, when in fact—
Listen, you're all the wrong ones. I was able to run by myself, and you didn't run after me. That's what you get. Pirate might actually be worse, and the Antef is a literal. Yeah, he is. At least when it comes to developing games.
he was the wrong one the entire time.
What do you want, man?
Let me say it again.
He already said his piece.
Pirate.
Go on.
Oh,
Yeah,
dear God.
I want to speak to him because I didn't speak.
Also, it's the first time like when I did the thumbnail and when I watched a video of it, it was the first time I saw his face. The voice does not match his face. Is it a voice changer?
to him correctly. I
Is
said
this like a Mama Max situation?
it again. We all did mistakes, bro. Like I didn't say, we are just blaming you. It's about the zero accountability.
See, even one of his teammates is like, listen, we're not blaming you. We all fucked up here a little bit. And you know, we can just say, yeah, you know, you're right. Ah.
Is what makes us so mad.
There's no zero accountability, dude. Everyone can do something better.
you-
But when you open up and
No,
you yell
you-
over another
No,
person
listen,
like you
can
were
I
doing earlier,
speak?
nah, I'm good.
Oh god, was it a let me speak moment? Oh no. Bro was just like, nah. Nah, I'm good. I'm good, bro.
You
See ya. I'm not doing that shit again with him. Nah, he did it the first time. I'm not doing it a second one. Not interested.
I will not admit I was wrong. Not a voice changer. He upped his mic to make his voice deeper and also doesn't use a blue Yeti. So there is something that changes his voice at least a little bit.
Now, I can understand someone getting mad in a heated moment when it feels like everybody's ganging up on you, and most times people will chill out, think it over the night, and come to the conclusion that they were indeed the one who screwed up the play. However, Jason isn't like most people here, as due to his 7 years working at Blizzard, he knows the game better than anyone else around him and will start to—
Okay, but just because someone working at Blizzard doesn't mean they're good at the game, right? I think someone can work in the company and still be bad at the game.
ban people saying the word mana in his chat, with the term mana gem in specific leading to a permaban for making fun of him.
It was 2,900.
Wait. He banned people just for saying mana gem. You can pull his audio and check the levels and something is off, but he does actually speak quietly and lower. When he gets mad, he speaks and it distorts. Oh, it's like, wait. Like if I would do this. Is this how he does it? Is that it? Am I doing this wrong? How does this sound? Is this a hardcore voice changer? Yeah, just like that actually. Wow, crazy! ASMR dude.
75 bans and 1,357 bans on process.
What? 2,975 bans and 1,357 bans in process just for people saying mana or fucking mana crystal. Damn.
And Kronos was told to kill himself 20 times.
That's right.
Damn. Only 20?
Right. Almost 3,000 people were banned in his chat simply for making fun of the guy, and it wasn't even anything.
I'ma be for real, he must have been under upper management test the whole time he was at Blizzard. Yep. And over thousands of people. Pirate for Yen, shut up.
Heinous or mean, it was simple clowning that any other streamer has been through 1,000 times already. However, people could see that Jason here reacted very
Or
poorly.
imagine some just poking a bit for the fun of him for his mana comment, and he's just like, nah, ban all of these people.
To be made fun of, and so that alongside his holier-than-thou know-it-all attitude, and very
Chris, what did we say about spoilers?
quickly he would start to become a piece of online content in the gaming sphere as people started to realize he's kind of just a straight-up asshole. Jason would get his own version of
The crime of being an asshole. You missed Yen calling for different.
a classic WoW Chinese copy pasta made making fun of him, and would also
In the deep of Dire Maul, every man for himself. Mage cannot save you. Blink, blink to the door of light. Beautiful. How beautiful.
ban people for pushing it in the chat, and other Only Fangs guild members themselves would start to clown on him and make fun of him for leaving.
Tonka, everything. Red Jam Software, 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 Red Jam Software.
Leaving his teammates behind. It was pretty funny because at the end of the day, all he did was screw up a
Roach Software left his team for dead. Don't group with him, he will let you die. Roach Software left his team for dead. Don't group with him, he will let you die. Hi, Cloudy! Hello, my beloved wife. Hello. Hello. Hi.
play and not accept responsibility for it, but because he was continuing to fail to accept that it was his fault and he was being very antagonistic towards anybody who made small jokes about him, it started to become a bigger issue than it initially seemed. As the clowning would continue on and people would even add his face to the WoW wiki entry for Roach, he would top the charts with a
He was literally, is this you in the dictionary? Bro, all he had to do was like, yeah, sorry guys, I fucked that one up. Nah. Nah, this is worth it. I will just ban everyone, whoever brings it up.
Livestream fails subreddit as clip after clip of him roaching out and other streamers reacting to him roaching out would be posted, showing that this news was going nuclear in the gaming sphere. More interestingly, almost every single streamer talking about Jason will all start to say why they believe he's full of shit and not even try to defend him.
Hi, Blue Jay.
Something that is extremely odd, as if there's one thing that's known about the streamer world, it's that it's virtually impossible to get into any controversy if other big streamers are backing you up. Except in this case, not a single person was backing him up except Asmongold, but when it's 2 people versus 20 plus in an online sector that majorly relies on the populace opinion for how long
Damn, only Asmongold sided with him on that, that's wild.
far things will go, it was clear that a lot of people didn't like him and only had him.
So one moment, I just noticed something on the thingy. Un momento, I fix something really fast. I fix. There it goes. Yes, that's better. I fix. It fixed. And where is it? There. Bam. I fixed. You do not need to know, but I fixed. You do not need to know what I fixed, but I fixed.
Around because he was a big figure and therefore good networking connections. Soda Poppin', the owner of Only Fangs, would even side against him, saying how Jason propping himself up as the most important mage of the guild was just his ego speaking and that he should take some responsibility.
Listen, he is the one mage to heal them all, okay? You don't understand. We all know how Esmin feels about the gays, so it must be genuine. For clarity's sake, that is a joke. It's very nice that you clarify. And I was about to call you homophobic. This would be really bad for you.
For how things went down in that raid instead of crying about being made fun of online. Hell, even another clip of him just being a pompous, smug asshole to a new player of the game called Lakari would be found.
Bro, he's the one running and not replenishing his mana, and then he makes fun of newbies. It's crazy.
Showing that Jason clearly isn't the nice guy he portrays himself as, but someone who punches down in order to prop himself up higher than those around him, something that perfectly lines up with how he would always portray himself as the smartest guy in the room at any moment he can.
Amber, I swear to God, I will dress up as Adachi and visit your house.
You basically have to evocate to get your mana back for the next pull.
You basically have to evocate to get your mana back for the next pull. Are you the one to talk about mana, though? Are you the one to talk about mana?
Reminded me, sorry, I don't play the game, so I forgot.
Like he even said, yeah, I don't play the game that often. I'm pretty new to this. Bro.
If you remind me, I can help you out. Real quick.
Yeah, it's too bad I'm the only mage in the party. You're right, Jen. If only someone else would cast.
I'm the only mage in the party. Oh, if only someone else here would cast. What an asshole, bro. See, this is why I only play single player games.
Arcane. If only.
Can't really keep wishing for things that just aren't here, though.
That's true. That's true. Can't wish.
Bruh, I would have left it like, fuck you all, I play alone.
The rogue, can't wish for another mage to cast Arcane in.
Yeah.
Brother, may I have some oats? Oh, since we have 2 mages, we could probably poly the ads.
Wait, we have 2 mages. Oh.
Bro, you can see it. You can see he's not even having fun with this. Like, you know, if you play with others and you just shit on each other for fun, and but this is not fun. This is not fun. Also, Saint, I have a Discord now. I don't know. I don't have my VG room anymore. I still have the room in the Opblock server, but I also have my own now. So if you want to join, Saint will drop the link in a few.
Yeah, I can poly.
Here I've been the only one casting Arcane in. Incredible.
Oh, that's crazy.
I got a house now.
You know, obviously everyone knows that people dying in a video game isn't a big deal at all. It's the way Jason has been treating things and his general asshole nature being ramped up to 11 here. It doesn't help that in his eventual response a day later, he only had one part where he made—
Don't join, it's evil and messed up. Shut up, Yen. You're in there already. Everyone can join.
Any sort of
As long as the vibes are chill.
apology, in which he says that everyone made mistakes despite that being untrue, as he had plenty of time to come back and try and save his teammates. Also throwing in how he's an
And thank you, Mr. Gamer. I should know because I'm the designated healer. Damn. Lulu, how often do you get frustrated and are just thinking, how about I'll just let every single one of you die?
ex-Blizzard employee in there, because of course he would, and try and make it seem like he knows what he's talking about. The best part to the response is the next part after, however, in which I'm just going to read it out because of how absurd it is. To pin that on a single person is absurd at best, and if you're calling for death and cancellation over it, you're too invested in this.
Okay, doing death threats or cancellation over what happened there is too far. But still, him freaking out just because people say mana crystal, and banning people is stupid.
Content in a very unhealthy way. If you're a creator engaging in this kind of behavior, then eventually your content wave will end, but the relationships you sold will be.
I would hate to play that kind of game with you. They would go healer and make us beg for heals. I would. I absolutely would. I'll be like, ask nicely, motherfucker. If you don't wanna die.
Permanent. I hope it was worth it.
Better be nice to the fucking healer.
For you. That's right. Instead of Jason just taking the L, he tries to shift partial blame onto his teammates and told every creator who talked about this stuff that he's cutting them off for good for engaging in this current content wave.
Bro, even cutting off people just because they talk about the current drama, that's wild. Of course people talk about it. Well, they think, excuse me, I thought we were still in contact. How dare you? My healer mindset has become that of the medic. Report us too. Why am I being asked if I read the rules before having the chance to ask them to read them? Listen, don't question it. Don't question it. The do drama is insane. Just read them. Try harder to read them. It's a trick. It's a trap. You all got tricked.
He's so butthurt people are making fun of him that he's literally cutting off
I blame Saint.
anybody who was talking about it in a negative way. And the immense insecure egotism going on here is hilarious, as all he had to do again was take the L and admit he roached out. Instead, he would double down and pretend everyone is out to get him despite the criticism he was getting being 100% deserved.
And again, it's just so much drama over this bullshit. If all he had to do is just being like, yeah, I fucked up. You don't blame Saint. That's crazy.
Served. Jason would continue to double down and be an asshole as he made it clear he wasn't going to admit he roached out. And in this clip I'm about to play, he rants how those cannibalizing him will eventually have it happen to them one day, still not realizing that he's the asshole here and believes everybody else is instead.
And for all the content
Everyone else, you know, the ones I left behind, everyone who died because of me, is an asshole. How dare they die? You know, skill issue. Should have went faster.
creators that were out there trying to cannibalize me to boost their numbers for a little while, that may work for now. But in the future...
Someday I'm gonna jump scare you by swearing in German. You better do it in the right grammar.
Sure, no one's gonna want to do anything with you other than other people that also want to cannibalize you.
Well, also no one wants to do anything with you, so... How did that turn out?
You're gonna surround yourself with assholes. That's gonna be on you, bud.
It's gonna be on you, but do check DM and show it, no balls. Thank you very much for the compensation, Ivy. You know what, I will show it on the end.
That's shitty for you, to be honest with you. And I feel bad for you. Straight
I feel bad for you. Oh my god, it's a furry.
up.
I mean, it's a dog. A cute dog.
So have your minute and have fun.
It gets funnier as he would admit in a stream that he didn't even want to go back to help to begin with, as he was fully on his roach shit by the time he ran. And people would even start to clown at him about how he uses a voice changer to have a deeper voice. Oh yeah, I was saving this for later in the video, but fuck it. Jason here has a completely different voice when speaking compared to streaming. Just take a look.
Like you said before, he is talking like this.
Look at the 3 clips I'm about to play here.
It's actually been amazing. It's our first time out here at Denver Comic Con.
Now that's the voice I would more imagine with his face. Okay, bye. Bye, Ivy. Have fun mowing the lawn.
And there's so many people, and they love the games, so it's been awesome.
Yeah, that's correct. Software and game development's finally a category on Twitch, and now it's up here at the stream.
What a change. How many years have been between those two? Look at the slushes there.
Streamer Awards, so yeah.
Why are you like this?
You has a camera on.
And you just can't resist. You just can't resist.
What? What's happening? I have stopped being a veggie for the next 20 minutes. Congratulations, name. And you decided to be here. I'm judging you.
I'm gonna put the camera on you when you're streaming.
It's very obvious that he's at least partially insecure about his voice, as people figured out that he
When he was fat, his voice was higher pitched. He got second puberty, as one does when you lose weight, as one does. He's looking more and more like boy in a band. It's a bad sign. Next comes the wet streak.
uses filters, and even though he says it somehow magically dropped in.
Listen, some people gain sympathy at 32, you know, other people go to second puberty in their 30s. The 30s are really magical years.
He was 33. I find it hilarious that the dude who props himself up like this high and mighty person has to use filters to make his voice.
I have stopped being a veggie for the next 2 weeks. Hell yeah, Quantum. Now.
Sound deeper so people won't make fun of him. I also believe he does this because deeper voices tend to subconsciously attract people more. For example, Elizabeth Holmes.
Damn. I need to get a deeper voice, so apparently I can attract more people. Damn.
He does this because deeper voices tend to subconsciously attract people more. For example,
I gotta smoke more. Got it.
Elizabeth Holmes. And he's using this as a way to get more audience members, as that's just how human nature works. People with deeper voices tend to grow better in general spaces like this. I think he trained himself to talk.
For some reason, in some chats, if you type Joel, it makes a spinning fish. Yen, are you drunk? You have me, do. True Quantum, and see? That's why I love you so much, too. Do deep voice femboy is not the thing. You never know. You never know. Have you tried it? What spinning fish are you talking about, Yen? Are you fucking drunk? Whatever you want, Fives Cloudy, always supporting me and my goals. I'm the fish that spins. Hi, Mahi! Spin for spin.
Deeper in general, alongside having some filters on stream. And anyone who doesn't believe this is either.
Nah, my voice dropped into the floor when I hit 33. Listen, one more year and I will get second puberty. It's hilarious though. But also I remember Markiplier, I think, said his voice got deeper because he screamed so much, and one day it just became like that.
Either ignorant or running defense for their favorite streamer, and even though this doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things, given he's an asshole yet insecure about his voice, I just find it hilarious. As the days progress, Jason would continue.
Oh, I love insecure assholes. I love insecure assholes. It's always funny. Yeah, he hurt himself. Hurt yourself to get a sexy voice. During a dungeon one, your group pulls extra, despite there being many options available to you as a mage. To save the group, there's a non-zero chance you may die, so you decide to run. How do you gaslight the World of Warcraft community into agreeing with your decision? Paralysis on your vocal cords. There's like a dozen medical conditions that can change your voice. Okay, scream a lot and smoke a lot. Gotcha.
To get clowned up by memes and by random streamers playing WoW and referring to how he took zero accountability for his actions. And during another stream, he'll go on to say that he's documenting and reporting not only all the random people harassing him, which is understandable.
Bruh. Just... I write everyone, whoever crossed me, in my little dark book. And one day they will all pay. What it sounds like. The internet is dying here, so I might have to disappear again. Oh no, my least favorite chat are leaving. Whatever can I do? No name, stay forever.
but the very streamers who are simply covering the situation on their channels and giving their opinions on the matter. This means that if you're one of those very streamers watching this video right now and you called him a roach or made fun of his normal high-pitched voice on stream, Blizzard will take his reports more serious than any others, because if you remember—
What? He's like, yeah, I will notify everyone who was ever mean to me to Blizzard, and they will take care of you.
Remember, Jason worked there for 7 years and they totally care about his stuff more so than anything else going on in the WoW community.
That's literally, I'm the main character at Blizzard. Nick.
In fact,
Big Daddy Blizzard save me. Yes, that's what it sounds like.
Jason is such a serious man who can't even take a joke that he banned someone for simply making a roach joke to him on stream.
Oh, okay.
Fuck was that laugh?
One sec.
Drunk streams are the bane of my existence. You know, Saint, you know what we should do? I have an idea. I should do a drunk stream. Cloudy will join me and we will both do a drunk stream. Oh, reporting someone. He literally reports someone for making a roach joke. Brr. I never had a bad drunk stream, see? Yen will also join, if she wants to or not.
Just another one.
See, said if Yen joins, Yen is very responsible, as you say.
Deleted.
Like, this ain't even bad. It's funny. There's no harassment or nothing going on, but Jason is so insecure about being made fun of that he couldn't even let that one slide despite the—
Imagine reporting someone just because they call you roach. Hey, video game nerd, thanks for subscribing.
guy clearly getting him good. He would also update people and inform them, saying that he's banned over 6,000 accounts so far, and also says that big content creators are organizing hate—
Yen is the catalyst to your crash out. Yen would never. Yen has never caused any drama.
hate raids against him despite this being a complete lie, showing that he's going completely scorched earth on any content creator who dared speak ill of his name and was trying to use his influence at Blizzard to get them banned simply for making fun of him.
Saint, are you slandering Yen? I cannot believe. Girl, no, I'm thinking, girl. Yen would never. Yen has never. Yen is an innocent little angel.
This wouldn't bode well for the man, as Jason would end up getting kicked out of Only Fangs on the—
Oh, kicked from Only Fangs. Yes, I made the decision to kick Pirate. I felt a large majority of people in the guild felt uncomfortable playing or being around him. And all that drama that surrounded him at this point. Oh wait, I gotta put the reading thing on. Boop. Even though some people may have not felt that way, a lot did. And after seeing some clips today, from him quadrupling down, I think we're above quadrupling. Oh, have a good night. Good night, Kick-In. Time for your bedtime story. Talking about his aubergine. Quite a day, truly. I don't know what number we're on at this point. I think I'm making the right decision, but still I feel bad. Try to just let this whole thing slide into forgetfulness and move on. Stay safe, gamers.
The morning of January 15th, with Soda Poppin confirming as such and saying it was because of him quadrupling down on not admitting he messed up, but I'm sure seeing him brag about using his 7-year working connection to Blizzard to get streamers who are mean to him banned had something—
Yes, I said eggplant in German. Excuse me, Saint. I couldn't think of the word eggplant.
To do with it as well. Jason would respond, clearly seasoned about the decision they made to kick him from the group, and other streamers who've
Cool way to handle this. Well done, Only Fangs.
talked about him said they started to get blocked by him on Twitter.
Is anyone else blocked from Pirate on Twitter?
I don't know what normal words for you people are.
I'm not gonna lie, Ozzy.
How do you know?
You're not blocked, are you?
Yeah, I'm blocked, bro.
The news was spreading around the gaming—
Oh, everyone got blocked.
at such an insanely fast rate that not only were WoW players clowning on him, so were League of Legends pro commentators, showing that just in a matter of 3 days he—
Bro, everyone is now just making fun of. It's so funny because it's such a small thing if you just think about it. You know that what he did in this one game. But because he just can't take the L, it's now spreading through communities.
He had become one of the quickest laughingstocks in the gaming industry in record time.
Saint, are you lying again, Saint? Stop lying.
Was Renato just completely winning the game alone?
Isn't Celery? Oh, Celery? Yeah, we call it Celery.
Kinda like a mage blinking out of the dungeon. He will survive, but the rest of his team not there.
Jason would eventually put out a brand new—
Oh, this Only Fangs stuff actually sucks. Lots of weird attack posts and people taking it too far. Okay, what is too far for him? Putting everything in one place and washing my hands of it after this. To start, here's the responses about the Dire Maul one. From my perspective, I didn't feel I could save anyone else with the resources I had left, even with mana gem and rope cooldowns.
Once again trying to say that
since the call to one was made, I followed the call and got out as quickly as possible. Yes, but you saw that your teammates didn't go along. So, you know. In every other instant where shit has hit the fan, the shot caller has called specific targets we locked in and nobody died. If you call 111, then everything after that is a shit show. Yamato pinned the entire thing on me despite everyone making mistakes, and this rapidly spiraled into attacks, both on and offline. Bruh. Bruh. They even said, listen, everyone made mistakes here. And you just couldn't take the L. Why are you still arguing that? So crazy.
Everyone made mistakes when it was just him, and also talks about how he's banned thousands of people because a lot of them were sending harassing messages. And yeah, there were clearly a handful of people sending—
Oh. Literally nothing you can do, Bob. Don't leave your house because we have people waiting at your grocery store. You're gonna get stabbed. BlizzCon 2025. You won't catch up, lol. Yeah, some people just take it over there. Just go overhead. This is too far. You know, doing death threats and such things. But he's even overreacting about people calling him a roach. Or just saying mana or mana crystal. Thank you, Cloudy, my beloved wife. You get me, make me blushy over here. I thought the drama was dumb until I saw him banning people and people threatening to kill him. Yeah, that's why I suddenly got interested in it. Because at first I was like, not interested. But then I saw this and I was like, nah, this is insane. This is fucking insane.
Some Val shit his way, no doubt. The thing here is that he still fails to understand by this point it wasn't an issue on him roaching. Everybody can see that accept himself no matter how—
Dude, I was looking at the scene and saw the book and no straps and almost had a heart attack. Thought you were trying to get banned. Yeah, I'm fucking naked on stream, bro.
hard he tried to convince people otherwise. It was a fact his egotistical attitude was on full display and people from all corners of the internet were realizing that he's a massive asshole. Top that with hiding his real voice. And it was obvious his act of trying to prop him—
It was exactly like that, Saint. Oh, cool. Another nerd fight. Who the fuck cares? Ooh, death threats? let me take a looky here.
Himself as the smartest person in the room was starting to fall apart very quickly in front
Put the ironing board away. Listen. Let's leave my femboy chest alone.
of him. People would bring up that Lakari clip from earlier of him just bullying the guy, and Jason would try to play it off as it was just—
That's Lakari, another streamer in Only Fangs. He had an entire bit the day before where he won the war on a hypnotic dagger over me and was cursed. As the time ran out, he begged to have the curse removed and I had lag, in quotation mark, as the timer hit 0 and we didn't complete the trade in time. Light ribbing between two people doing a bit is not bullying, but LSF has convinced you otherwise. If there was beef over any of this, he never made it apparent to the group or in private at any time. Bro, you only had to look at his fucking camera and you would have seen he was not amused by your bullshit. Come on now.
light ribbing, when for anybody who's seen it, it was very clearly not light ribbing as Lakari wasn't playing into it and was clearly
I said Only Fangs, so fuck you saying, Saint.
Annoyed with his responses. Jason simply just didn't care. Lakari even had his own thing to say about everything going on, saying that Jason always gives off the vibe that he's better than you and that he needs to feel that he's the best person in the room.
Yeah, that's what he comes across. He's literally like, I'm the main character. Be gone. Be gone, peasant.
Because he has like this high and mighty attitude like he's better than you when he's not. Remember he's like talking down to me in that dungeon in SM? You remember that? You just remember?
Yeah, he looked the whole time, just looked so fucking done, this dude.
Remember that shit? Why do you play mage when you don't like support the team and make water and buff people? Bitch, I'm new, I fucking didn't realize.
Bitch, I'm new, shut the fuck up, bro.
The buff ran out, pussy. And then fucking fast forward 2 months later, this nigga doesn't even know how to press Frost Nova. Yourself, bitch. I'm gonna talk my shit.
I don't know who that is, but I like him.
Dude.
Obviously, as we can see, Jason here has a lack of self-awareness and is generally an asshole. If there's one thing I learned throughout my time making content online, is that there's one thing that people hate more than
Is he drinking water out of a fucking beer glass?
anything, and that's assholes. The way he responded to this entire thing going down made it clear that he's not used to taking accountability for his actions and instead pushes the blame onto others or something else in whatever way he can, even if it becomes delusional. Now, even though the World of Warcraft arc was over by this point, as he would announce he was quitting the game entirely.
Oh gee, I wonder why he quit. Do you think he got so salty that he was like, nah, I quit?
People were still interested in the man, as after
Not
all,
the piss jock.
he's a fully grown 37-year-old who for the last 2 years has clearly been assimilated into the mainstream streamer landscape through his connections, hence him working with Ludwig that I mentioned earlier. This is what got me interested personally, as while I've had hard times caring about stuff such as a bad
Listen, sometimes you need water out of a big cup. Do you?
Video game moment. All this about Jason kept drawing me in, and the stuff I found out about him paints a picture of someone who, let's just say, has been acting this type of way for a very, very long time. Meet Maldavius Fig Tree, Jason's old—
Is this his persona? Finally! Wife, please drink water. I do drink water, I drink it from my bottle. Finally, we go to the furries.
ferret furry persona that he used to go
The ferret furry.
by during his time playing Second Life way back in the mid-2000s. He started playing the game
In
on
fucking Second Life! Oh god, you all remember these fucking emoticons? I make things, you probably know me. Don't hit on the bartender. Wood restricted to owner only. Raccoon hijinks.
May 7, 2006 when he was just 18 years old, and months later on September 16th was startup Dark's—
Hello there. Q&A ferret. $800. All options modified through included heart, ears, twitch positioning, eyes blinking, 8 dates, animations, when 10. Tongue, in, out, and up. Copy, mod, not trans. Okay. Male and female included.
Fear creations in order to create furry skins for people to wear in the game alongside his accomplice wingless Amodo. The skins are nothing interesting, just stuff to sell to make—
I think the price is very interesting. Just dropping $800 for a ferret skin.
money in the game. As for those that don't know, people put real money in a Second Life, and making real money in the game is a very common thing that players do. In the details,
Where?
he would be listed as a programmer rather than an artist, and so
Maldavius Fig Tree, programmer.
He and everyone who worked with him will make their cash selling these skins in the game, as everyone wants to make money. Jason's reputation in the furry community seemed to be normal.
It's okay, so I put more deli meat in the game.
As in the May 25th, 2007 publishing—
No, you mean the where do you hang out to relax is on the fucking Sims? Oh no.
Of a Second Life magazine called the Ava Star, he would have a short interview about the various things he does in the game outside of running Darksphere. He even had an entry on the furry site wiki for talking about him.
Oh, Maldavius Fig Tree. Jason Hall is a furry who lives in the United States. His persona is a ferret. Maldavius can be found on Second Life as a scripter and artist. He also found on many other games, including Zombie Master, World of Warcraft, EVE Online, Hellgate London, StarCraft, Warcraft, Team Fortress 2, and Savage 2.
Showing that he was at least a known figure back in the furry fandom when it wasn't nearly as popular online as it is today. However, things did get hairy that upcoming summer. But before we get into that, we must first talk about—
Also, I'll be right back. I gotta take I have to look for the cat wants something. And let me put something nice for you on while I'm away for 1 minute. You know what? I have the perfect thing for you. I have the perfect thing for you. Just you wait. Where is it? No. Fuck. Where is it? Oh fuck, I pirated it too. You get. Pink the hot dog. Know what? You get some Brian Mullins while I'm away. I'll be right back. So let's get right into it for my favorite furry.
It's Brian Mullins the Fox here, and now I will wait and see how many subscribers I can have.
I will just wait and see how many I can have at the end of the day.
Since I finally accomplished 100 subscribers.
I should have done this after I got 100. Gilded as pro-trans, he had a trans me. Voice the trans. Oh yeah.
Those were the hardest earned subscribers I've ever earned in my
Well, yeah, if it's your subscribers. Where else do you have subscribers, bro?
entire life. Hello guys, it's Brian.
It's such a beautiful mask. Which mask do you all prefer, this one or Laios? Which one's better? Wait, is that what he looks like? Yes. He asked me by saying, wanna be a pedo? To be fair, Yen, that's also what you asked me. Do you want to be the groomer? do you want to voice the groomer?
Here. And this is the result of lots of hard work, time, and effort.
Well, wasted time, effort, and work. Hate to say it. The mask is staring into my soul. It truly isn't now. It can see all your sins.
Hi everybody, I am Brian Mullins the Fox, and, well, this whole thing of me disavowing the following person won't be as severe. I know you envy me, Vlad.
I know you envy me. When you hear this in this extreme oatmeal voice, I know you envy me. Which is worse, the mask or that image? I would actually say the mask, not gonna lie. Lio did the art that's used for most of the video.
I really do. But now there's more reasons.
Calling out Vlad while looking like a sleep paralysis demon is a choice. Listen, sleep paralysis demons, they can call out anyone, anytime.
Why I'm pissed, and I disavow Gilded Poo even more.
So this is
Damn. Disavowed by Brian. I could never.
probably going to be the longest.
Oh, this is a bit quiet, I think.
Nobody lolcow video I've ever made. Drink up. And while you're drinking, you might as well head
I still want the head.
over to my Subscribe Star. There you can subscribe to multiple different monetary tiers, a new $1 tier, and help support me in my never-ending quest to basically assassinate my liver as to prevent me from having
Finance alcoholism. Get the alcoholism. It's good for everyone. Talking about alcoholism. What do I do if I can't drink? You take the alcohol-free cocktails. There are some good cocktails without alcohol. To fall into it. Just do drugs.
having to make these kind of videos ever again. Who the fuck is Brian Mullins? Well, he goes by Brian Mullins the Fox.
You P&W, we drink at age 10. I hate that you're not even that wrong. You're not even that wrong. See, it's like I never went away. You almost didn't notice that I went away. Be real here. Where's the... Oop. DDD. Is this allowed? I'm gonna do this. What do you mean? What do you mean? Put the video back on, fuck you. We're watching that. No, we're not watching that. Shut up. We go back to the topic. Play the video. Video player. Fuck all of you. Fuck all of you. I have the TV remote.
About what led to it to begin with. Now, I actually went over this entire arc in my video talking about a very infamous Second Life trolling group called Justice League Unlimited and Jason's time with the group, so if you want the entire context, go check out that video. To make a long story short here, Jason was a moderator of Woodbury but was also part of Justice League Unlimited, and the mods decided
When I just reading through the comment, this is Du's version of the Hassan. Yeah, listen, it's fine, because it's my own shit. Commentate on your own commentary. I will not.
They wanted to tear things down and start over. Jason did some trolling and trashed the place up before they tore it down, but the developers of Second Life Linden Labs would delete the place entirely 2 weeks later, meaning they ruined the plan to start anew. Jason
they ruined Second Life, bro.
Also got kicked out of Justice League Unlimited for this as well because they found out he's a troll himself, but
Wait, this dude who gets triggered over people being like mana lol, mana crystal is a troll? Bro, reactception on your own React stream would be something. Listen, when I actually continue to do this a few years, next year I will look at my first stream and be like, oh shit.
Again, if you want the full story, go check out that video. The point is, Jason wasn't some evil and heinous person while playing Second Life. All the higher-ups at Woodbury already planned to tear it down and restart. Jason just decided to do some trolling before Linden Labs ruined the momentum by deleting the place entirely. Of course, his trolling nature would gain him a lot of enemies and a general disdain.
How is someone this sensitive a troll? I always find that weird. Oh, the most sensitive people are the ones trolling.
From the Second Life community, but given his attitude as seen by the Managem incident, it was basically like history repeating itself.
Dude, my video's still not up cause YouTube is gay. It now rests on the Internet Archive. I'm still mad. Yeah, that's understandable. I'm sorry to hear that, Yen. Also, there's a new video. Oh yeah, also for those who haven't noticed, I got actually a warning. A guideline warning for my second part reading of the leaked messages from this genius here. Seems like it was made manually, so I privated the first one. I'm also still triggered over that. Fucking hate that. But we don't wanna risk it, so... This is also part why I decided to cover him. I was like, okay, not reading the furry roleplay. Let's see what's up there.
This confirms to me that he just doesn't want people talking about his past life and has gone as far as to falsely take down multiple videos talking about it. Oh yeah, forgot to mention earlier.
Yeah, so the third one, we recorded the third one too, but it's now in purgatory. Never uploaded that one, still not released anywhere because... Not sure if I wanna risk that. I'm mad about the ERP, how am I gonna fall asleep now? I thought there was 4 parts. I think we have 3 parts recorded. But I might find another way to upload them somewhere. Just so, maybe in the Discord, so you can at least watch it there.
Jason has falsely taken down multiple videos on YouTube talking about him in his past way before this WoW stuff started. And the one thing they all have in common is they talk about his time playing Second Life. I honestly don't know what the reason behind taking the videos down is. The best
Listen, Yen, we have to look forward into the future, so anyways, where's your new video? Yen, where is it? Where is it, Yen?
I can assume is he finds it creepy that people are looking so far into the past about him, but it's not like this was private.
Work faster!
This was all in a public video game, and I managed to figure out he wasn't some evil player, but someone who did end up getting a negative
Nah, he's evil. He's weevil. Weevil even.
reputation after the Woodbury incident, so take that how you will. There was another notable thing that went down during his time playing Second Life, as on January 20th, 2008, it would come out that Jason fired Wingless and Moto from Darksphere Creations while they were asleep, with the word spreading around Second Life as skin vendors started to delist anything from Darksphere in solidarity for Wingless.
Oh no.
As Jason was still making money from their work. However, in the comments on an article...
So how does he... Is he one of those people, because it's now the second time this happens? Is he one of those people who go from like community to community just to get hated in every community after a while?
Talking about the situation, it seems that Jason himself will drop chat messages he had with Wingless leading up to the...
Oh, Wingless. I made a druid named Peniscock. Cool, I ran the company while you sat on your ass. God, he already sounds pretentious. Keep up the good work then. I intend to continue sitting on my ass. I'm far too cheap to buy a new tablet right now. You're an ass. You really are. You don't give a shit about this anymore, do you? You realize everyone else in the company is telling me to just drop your ass, right? Even Grillor. Wingless says, did I really in the first place? Money is nice and all, but mostly I build because I like doing it. Lol. Firing someone when they're asleep because you can't handle confrontation is bitch behavior? It really is. What I've seen, he's typically rich, annoying boy stereotype that no one likes. Yeah, I see it, I see it. Oh, wait. Oh my god, Yen, that looks amazing. That's badass. I love it! So, make the video faster, so I can see it on YouTube.
This, with him reading out as him getting upset they weren't taking their job seriously just 2 days ago on the 18th. However, another random...
Oh, I fired her. She didn't work for 2 months, missed meetings because she was playing World of Warcraft, and or too lazy to come, and then freaked out when I said I would be paying her on Fridays instead of point of sale due to tax complications, since I have to report all this income for taxes. She got in one little fight and her mom got scared and said, you're moving in with your auntie and uncle in Bel Air. I made a druid named Peniscock. Ah, okay, that was the ones before.
User would drop more chat messages dated after the firing when talking to other Darksphere members, in which at the very bottom there, Jason would say that Wingless was underage and he found this out.
Oh, wait. Oh. Oh, wait. Keep up the good work. I intend to continue sitting on my ass. Things like this is why she's gone. Dang, business is gangster at Darksphere. Read what I just put up. Wick Queen. She's also underage, so I reported her. I know this because I met her IRL. She lives 2 hours from me. So that's what happened.
Because he met up with them in real life, with that also being part of the reason
name, I made a druid named Peniscock. Listen, I respect Peniscock.
why he fired them. This story would make its way to his current...
Appears some people believe I ripped off an underage artist, 16-year-old. That artist went by Wingless Emoto at the time and is now known as Memeface on Twitter. They were 17 and I was 19 when all of this went down, and no, we never did anything sexual together. We made avatars in Second Life and our work was really popular. They did all the models and I did all the all the programming in LSL. We had a falling out over pay splits and Wingless open sourced our work.
Audience almost a decade and a half later in August 2024, in which Jason would respond and say that when he was 19 he met up with Wingless and Moto at 17, but that they didn't go down on each other or anything like that. He was actually 20 at the...
They were never fired. They quit on their own and did this on the way out.
...the time, but given how long ago this was, I can chalk it up to misremembering. What's interesting is that...
Oh shit, Madame too. He really is Godspeeding all of it. He's like the mediocre version of all dramas before him.
he notably says Wingless wasn't fired, but
Gotta
rather
go to shops, need more monster, bring me some too. Hey, big noodle.
quit, saying that tabloids do what tabloids do to try and make him look bad.
No, he said they know they didn't have sex. There's nothing sexual happened between them. And that's what he also just said.
However, by confirming that he indeed met up with Wingless in real life, he confirms the messages are real, and indirectly confirms that he indeed fired them because of being lazy and because they were a minor. I have no idea why he lied about this, as it was very easy to prove him wrong here, but either way, he fired them when they were asleep, and the whole meeting up stuff is nothing of interest, as I'm willing to bet if he knew Wingless's true age, he probably wouldn't have met up with him because people try to twist this against him, knowing how people on the internet are like.
Listen, people can just be cringe, they don't always need to be a fucking pedophile.
Where things get weird is that Jason has confirmed that he and Wingless made up years later and are cool now, and Wingless has gone on to say to others hitting him up about the story that they actually quit the company and wasn't fired.
I quit. There was nothing tying me to this company, so I had no reason to stick around if things weren't to my liking. I went and made avatars with someone else. Hey Ivy, welcome back! No, dude, you're either cringe or a pedo.
The thing that bugs me about this
It's what I just said. You can just be cringe, you know? You don't have to be a pedo.
is again, by confirming he made up with them, he confirms those chat messages are real, and that indirectly confirms the very first message where he said he'd fired them was real. I very highly doubt the person who posted the messages added only one lie while the rest were true, as that wouldn't make any sense.
Okay, but it's funny. Lanza said they claimed they never went down on each other when the phrase went down on each other was never mentioned. It's just him putting it together. You know, when he said, yeah, there was nothing sexual. Yeah, they didn't went down on each other, yo. Zane, don't be mean. Hi, Wayne! But I said it better. You did, Portabella. You did say it better.
So now things are stuck here in an odd spot. If you
Don't question why the logs is a notepad.
ask me personally, I think Wingless and Moto is just trying to have their friends back, given they're cool with each other now and are lying about quitting, but I can't really go beyond just my personal belief on how I think things truly went down. I don't-
Could both be. We don't really know. Listen, if they say I quit, fine. But also, I can really see him actually doing it just to be notepad editable. Yeah. But you know, what will you do? What will you do? For now, you have also no evidence on the contrary. Imagine someone saying, yeah, we never hooked up, and someone else saying, and they never did anal. Like, yes, but also. Wait, that's just how I do it. Saint and I never did anal.
I don't think we'll ever get down to the real truth on this one, however, so all I can do here is just move right on ahead on this one.
Big noodle, that's true. Piratesoftware looks like he plays Yu-Gi-Oh! Competitively, cries when he loses, and doesn't wear deodorant.
Something that's worth noting, however, is that in the same comments where the chat logs are dropped, there are a multitude of people trashing on Jason and saying a whole bunch of nasty things about him.
Thank you, dude. Surely this will not push rumors. See? That's why I said it. I don't want any rumors to go around, you know? I took my headphones off and all I heard was me and Saint.
Including references to being a member of
You're welcome.
Justice League Unlimited. I won't be sharing them in this video, as while they certainly paint him in an extremely bad light, it's all strictly hearsay and I don't like to promote negative hearsay on the channel like that. However, seeing just how many people are saying how bad of a person
I love hearsay. Do stopper of rumors, indeed. With every word I say, I stop one rumor more. Saint no one boing boing. No, Saint no one boing boing.
He was, at the very least, showed to me that his reputation in the game wasn't exactly a good one by the—
Thank you, Saint. Thanks to you, there will now be rumors spreading. I hope you're happy. After I was the stopper of rumors, you are the enabler of rumors. Fuck you, Saint.
The time this news dropped. Either way, it seemed that Jason was done with the furry fandom by November 2012.
Oh, removal request.
Every month he would ask to get his wiki fur wiped, and since then it's been—
Why would you want your wiki fur wiped? That sounds wrong, yeah, somehow. But I thought that was why Saint got a tail. True.
a blank page with no way of adding any new info to it. It seemed that he was now ready to move on to brighter pastures, and so as the years would go on, he would get involved in his own personal projects and life stuff that we won't be getting into right now. What
God damn it.
we will get into is another notable moment in his gaming life. One that has
So let me... I think we can speed it up a little bit.
a lot more going on as well. Now, Jason here was an active EVE Online player
Okay, that's so fast.
back during the late 2000s as well.
It's so fun to hate on Piratesoftware. Yes, because he's just such a sensitive bitch. It's really like, who thinks he is super smart. But it just makes it really pathetic.
Starting up his account on November 12, 2007, when he was just 20 years old and simply going by the name of Maldavius. He was an active player throughout the years and would join various groups as he grew in the game and became more and more known to the other players surrounding it. However, it was on June 22nd.
See, now he already left another community. I'm sure this community will go well. I'm sure this community will not end up hating him. Can you speed it up 4 times, too? No. No, web abuser. I cannot. I am an old lady. I cannot keep up with 1.5. You think I can do 4 times?
2020, where he would create his own group called the Strybog Clade, where things started to ramp up on his end, and the story surrounding his downfall playing the game is nothing short of fascinating. To make a long story short, in October...
I listened to 4 times speed while looking through long streams for stuff. You're insane.
2020, the developer CCP Games added a new area in the game called Potvin, inhabited by a...
Ain't you know she only likes you for your massive wreck. It's true, Chris. It's one of his many charms.
faction called the Triglavians, in which Jason was a part of when he created Strybog. Anybody who was in the area before was Potvin was now stuck in it, as when it
to be honest, it's 2 giant charms, actually.
launched, the gate network to enter and leave the place was completely broken, and so for the next 5 days, players within will learn how things worked in this new part of the game. The gates would eventually be fixed, but it would still be hard for people to enter as they needed a certain standing level of the Triglavians to use them. On top of that,
Standing level... Can someone say that for normies?
Potvin was a giant boring mess when it launched, as there were multiple bugs throughout and nothing to do. In fact, one of the...
Wait, a cat is on my door. Pumpkin! Pumpkin! Hi! Come on in. Pumpkin, come inside or stay outside. Okay, inside it is. Will you also stay inside for a while? Or will you want to leave in 3 seconds again? I presume authority... I don't know what any of this means. What authority level? What, yeah, level of standing, with what? With what? Is it like in Fallout where everyone has to like you so you can enter somewhere? Confident is a sport in the Bazongas, true.
The bugs would be where people would run a raid called Operation Flashpoint, but when they would finish, they would get...
Okay, there's 2 areas you can play in EVE. One is where everyone else is and the NPCs are. Then there's one you can only get to via wormholes. It's a lot more dangerous in. Okay. And you can only go in there when you have a certain standing?
negative reputation points, and therefore it would be harder to interact with the NPC network within the game, basically punishing players for...
Nerd shit, exactly. Fallout mentioned? Fallout mentioned?
completing one of the only fun things to do in the area. To make matters even worse, a new tactic called seagulling would be discovered, in which during a...
However, the number of seagulls... Seagulls? And the method is in the... Now the most popular way to engage in seagulling is to burn 100 kilometer away. Jettison a single piece of ammo, remote repair the can, and receive payout. Very cool gameplay, much counterplay. To make matters worse, you cannot use combat probes to scan these players down, as the site is a dead space pocket. Aha. I understand, yes.
raid a random person could fly in, simply tag an NPC with damage, and then go run and hide and still get a payout when the real team finishes. The reason this was an issue was because payouts split depending on how many people were in a raid, meaning that if there was a raid team of 10 people and the payout was 10 million of the in-game currency called ISK,
now they're doing math.
they would get 1 million ISK each. However, because random people would show up, tag
It's an exploit. Ah, okay. Get it.
See and hide, they would basically steal all that hard-earned money using this cheap tactic.
Ah, now stealing is something I know. Okay, it's just something they do to steal stuff others work for. Okay, got it. Yeah, shoot a guy and run away and let others kill it. Cause, yeah, hit it once, you get XP. Oh! Okay, so you just go in there, shoot one time, and then do nothing anymore. And just hope everyone else does it, but you still get your split of the EXP and gear. Gotcha. Experience. Yes, that's the word.
This made Parchment not only hard to enter, but not even worth the time as it was already born and everything surrounding the fun things to do were either bugged or could be sequeled by lazy players. However, because nobody would bother with the place, those who were already in
okay, I got it now, because they didn't have a system like I think most games have, where you get a payout depending on how much you contributed. Gotcha. See, smart.
Watchmen such as Jason himself will come to realize it's actually a huge moneymaker if he knew what you were doing. He would lead Strybog to easily becoming the biggest group within its borders, as he discovered 15-man raid groups were the best number to produce the highest amount of ISK per completion, and so he would grow his numbers at an exponential rate and basically run the whole system while very few
the XP and money is split evenly between every player, so doing this makes you get way less for doing it.
outsiders had any idea what was going on. CCP would eventually fix the negative reputation bug 3 months later in January 2021, and so it seemed that so long as people didn't know Parchment was a moneymaker, things would keep sailing smoothly from within. Now the reason as to why nobody knew that Parchment was such an easy moneymaker was actually quite simple. Here's the December 2024 monthly
ESK things enforced. Complete breakdown of ESK, entering and exiting the economy. Well, that game would be too complicated for me.
Economics report that CCP drops each month showing the EVE Online economics, in which you can see that the corporate reward payout for Triglavian invasions was 6.2 trillion ISK generated that month. That's a pretty hefty chunk of change these days.
Okay. Okay.
And the reason people weren't able to figure out Parchment was such a lucrative place unless you were active inside was because even though it was officially added into the game in October 2020, CCP didn't add the metrics until March 2021. I know in a video he made talking about EVE, Jason said that Parchment wasn't making good money, but I've been told otherwise by multiple people, including those who were on his side within the Parchment borders.
Just PowerPoints. I don't even know. Okay.
All I can say is he's either delusional, misremembering, or outright lying to paint himself as a victim in some way, so I'll be moving on.
But he would never lie. He would never lie, never cry, and never die.
Now when that March 2021 monthly economics report came out and people saw that Parchment was worth their time, they would also find out that Jason was basically running the show from within, and a lot of people already had their grievances with the guy as his reputation in the game wasn't.
Again, he went to another community, and people already are like, oh, fuck, I fucking hate this guy. Sorry, Excel, not PowerPoint. What? My house smells like hot batteries. I think the segment broke something. Are you having a stroke, Saint?
Exactly the best. So, on top of seeing a huge money-making opportunity, they also had a chance.
Chris, don't make me sad with words like this.
To directly get back at someone they disliked, and so people try and enter the space through wormholes as they didn't have high enough standings to enter through the gates. Where things get interesting is on April 15th, 2021, Jason will put out his campaign to be elected to the Council of Stellar Management. The Council.
Of course, he would want to get elected as to the Council of Stellar Management. I love that it sounds so serious when he talks like this, and it's all just one stupid MMO.
10 EVE players have direct connections to CCP and meet up in real life at their offices to give insight on the game and help make it better. It's a pretty strong position that holds a whole lot of power, and so knowing Jason and his lust for it, he would make 5 changes to the game if he was voted in, with the most important being that he was asking for the gates to enter Parchment to be unlocked entirely, is by his own.
The gates to enter Parchment would be unlocked, so this is a locked area that he used this far. I understand it correctly. That council is how bug fixes and updates happen. Yeah, I understood that part. Okay?
In own words, he would say, quote, "It's more interesting to have open and dangerous space than it is to have content locked with a brick wall." A few weeks after Jason's post.
Okay, he wants that space to be completely open. Okay, okay.
CCP would actually listen to him and open the gates to Parchment on May 4th.
So instead of going through wormholes, you have some open way you can go in there.
Meaning that waves upon waves of people start to enter the system in order to get easy money and get rich just like Strybog and the other clades within. I want to point out, Jason has gone on record asking for the gates to be open and CCP did it, yet in his video he frames it as if the devs are directly colluding against him by opening them up, despite literally asking them to do that. In the comments when people would bring up the forum post, Jason would say how he was also asking the devs to make it where any new player who entered Parchment would also be put at a disadvantage, but the point here is that he still asked for the gates to be-
Wait, why would he want just new players who enter there? Oh, how? Wait, why would they get put into a disadvantage, the new ones? Yeah, I think this might be too... Listen, it's only 5 more minutes, okay? And we have it sped up, it's fine. Web abuser, we can do this, we are strong together.
Opened and he never told any of his audience. He would then bring up how after they opened the gate, CCP accidentally bugged the NPC guards and that they would attack their own Triglavian aligned members now. But again, the point here isn't that a new bug was now added in the game. It was a fact he got what he wanted by the gates opening. They just didn't put players at a disadvantage when entering, and the bugged NPCs didn't help either as well. This stood out to me as he was leaving out important context that went against the narrative he was pushing in his video, as it's one thing if CCP opened the gates on their own, but we now know that Jason asked for that to happen, it just didn't go exactly how he wanted. Now just 4 days later on the 9th, war would break out in the region.
No! Is he throwing a hissy fit because the new players didn't get a disadvantage? So he could be the big bad in there? Because he got what he wanted, but not how he wanted it. Will he throw a hissy fit over that? Oh my god.
To make a long story short, a group named Electus Matari would attack a group named Malicious Mineral Hounds. The leader of the hounds was friends with Jason.
The Ninth War. I just love how serious it all sounds when he explains it. Yeah, so he wanted to be into the galactic government and wanted to invent for governor. And then the Ninth War happened. And the gates to the Holy Land opened. And then you realize, oh, remember, once again, it's just a fucking game. It's just a fucking MMO.
Strybog would attack back and win. And then Strybog would continue to go after Electus as they were smaller than them. However, other groups would join Electus as they either didn't like Jason or just wanted to fight for fun. And so
bro, they joined the group just because they don't like him. That's so funny. Imagine joining a guild just because you don't like the guy. And they, you know, they fight with another guild and you're like, yeah, I'm not joining these guys.
Month went on, it became clear that Strybog was no match for Electus as he weren't good enough PvP players as their opponents. The burnout started to build up on Strybog's side as well, with players waking up at random odd hours of the night with little sleep in order to protect their various structures within, as when
Bruh. Listen. Boss, I can't come to work today. I need to protect the planet.
Parchment was formed, all that was already inside became one of a kind, meaning that once they were destroyed, they could never be made again, making them extremely valuable in terms of rarity. The question became not if they'll lose the war, but rather when they'll lose the war, and so Jason would start peace treaty talks with Electus as the war raged on. However, on June 9th, after losing
Not the peace treaty talks. This is so goofy.
Structured a battle, talks would abruptly end, and the next day he would put out his massive plan called the Final Triangle to strike.
Why? Because we are normally not space terrorists. Wait.
After losing a vital structure to battle, talks would abruptly end, and the next day he would.
Sorry, boss, can't come in today. DewsLive. Aww. I am enacting this final triangle. This is a series of tactics we don't normally use. Why? Because we are normally not space terrorists. For the foreseeable future, we are now space terrorists. We are now live and breathe, only to cause hell for Electus Matari. 1. You are authorized to attack any citadels owned by Electus Matari at any time. You should make an alt. Refer a friend it to get free skill points, bruh. Get this doctrine and put that alt in. Talk to Alueta about how and where to use this doctrine. Once you know how to use it without FC guidance. Join the Make Them Bleed channel in Discord and make them bleed. Bonus round. You can buy 100 of those chips for every dread site you do. But Maldavius, where do I go to make them bleed? Behold, a list of their citadels and their fittings.
Put out his massive plan called the Final Triangle in the Strybog Discord server.
This list will be updated as we find, scan, and catalog more of their stuff. Bruh, that much time and energy, bruh.
that which was basically a giant frontal assault to shift things in her favor as
But Moldavius, I want to be a crab. Go crab once, then cause 100 lives of hell for Electus Matari. You crab to be space terrorists now, not for blue brain goo.
quickly as possible. However, the final triangle
Electus Matari is our mortal enemy, and we are not going to stop. These citadels don't matter. They never did. They can't kill us in any way that matters.
would amount to nothing, and so on June 16th, after talking with the leaders of it,
Why? Because we're Triglavians. We live for disruption and chaos. Go, cause chaos, my little triangles. That sounded so badass until the little triangles.
his alliances, Jason would put out a message to the war effort titled Let It Burn. This message is very interesting as he starts talking about how when Pachvin was first launched, it was a broken mess of boredom and bugs throughout. And notably in the third paragraph starts to talk about how CCP didn't put out the monthly economic report numbers for Pachvin for months because of what he said was a region making no ISK despite what I've been told otherwise. He would then directly accuse CCP of not adding the numbers into the MER until they fixed the bugs in order to frame them as richer than they actually were, basically saying that the devs are secretly plotting against him in a state of delusion.
Now he's like, bruh, I'm losing. The devs are definitely against me. There's no other explanation. The devs are revolting against me. I am the main character. If I'm losing, it's the devs corrupting against me.
He would then start to complain about seed goaling and say it was an exploit, but to be fair to CCP, they've said prior when replying to people complaining about it that it was an intended feature, even if it was a rather stupid and cheap one. However, the most interesting part is when Jason talks about the gates opening, in which he tries to frame it as if the devs are directly colluding against him by doing this. But as we already know, he asked for the gates to be opened.
Bro, now he's really like, the devs suck against me. There is no other explanation. There's no other way this could happen to me.
Himself weeks before the war even began. This was easily the most interesting part as it shows just how far he was willing to twist things in order to delude himself and make him seem like a victim. As while seed goaling was a cheap tactic, no doubt, and the whole bugged NPC thing wasn't a good thing at all, saying that the devs are directly colluding against him despite having no evidence shows some delusion on some pretty high levels. He asked for the
Him, delusional, never. He would never. That is the most neurotypical person I know right after me.
gates to be open and got what he wanted, it just wasn't exactly how he wanted, and add that on top of a war he was losing, he deluded himself into thinking CCP was plotting against him when realistically, he probably just wasn't good enough at the game. The final section of Let It
He wasn't good enough and also was an asshole, so no one liked him, so they joined the other people.
Burn is Jason saying how he and the other leaders met together to figure out what to do, in which they decide to start burning down all their structures in defiance of CCP themselves.
Okay, so now they're like, okay, we can't win this war. But you know what they can do? We don't get defeated, we defeat ourselves. So we can be restaurants. This is cheesy news. Ivy, shut the fuck up. Imagine being so annoying you cause a war, bro. I would be so happy. Hi, Nintendo Mail.
Now, obviously, this looks like Jason and the others are throwing a fit about losing the war, so I would reach out to one of the people who was part of his side of the war, Opus Magnum, for clarification on his side of things. He would tell me that the reason they started burning all their structures wasn't just because they were upset with CCP, but also because of the players getting immensely burned out, waking up at random odd hours of the night defending stuff they had no chance in defending.
Yeah, you know what? They could just stay offline. They don't have to do this.
So burning them was basically letting things go and a symbol that they didn't need to stress anymore. As for those that don't know, this game has a lot of very hardcore players who can and will play as hard as they can in order to win, even if they have no chance in doing so.
I got monster, you have to come here to get yours too. On my way, will knock on your window later.
That, alongside the annoyance of seaguling not being fixed despite asking the devs for it, were the main issues. So the burning was a mixture of getting rid of the stress on their members, losing.
You better read that out loud, by the way. What? 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 What do I read out loud?
The war and being annoyed with the devs. The framing in the post is simply to make it sound grandeur in nature and playing to the politics behind the game.
I'll pay you. For what? For what? What should I read out?
The delusional post directly attacking.
Scroll up. 90% of actual wars came from that. Could you monster? Austrian painter? What do you mean? Pretty sure Nutzen made down the rabbit hole one, Eve. Cringe? What do you mean, Wayne?
CCP for the MER and opening the gates. He would agree that
What
Jason
do you
was
mean not that one? I can't say Austrian painter. Jesus.
stretching it, but at the time he just
Don't be so dumpy, that wild thing.
one of his grievances to be talked about and didn't really care what Jason's issues were, as they all kind of just wanted to get things over with. With that being said, I still believe Jason was deluding himself, trying to blame the MER stuff and gates opening on the devs colluding against him, especially again given he directly asked for the gates to be open himself. Now this was basically the end of the war right here, as Jason and his side lost, and most people expected he would continue to play the game even if things didn't go in his favor.
Just tell me what you mean. I don't know what you speak of.
Such as not getting voted onto the CSM after losing his campaign. However, on July 24th, 2021, he would make his final post saying that he would be quitting the game entirely and would pay off all the debts incurred during the war before he left the game. Opus would confirm to me that he did-
He was so annoying he caused a war, in a way. Wayne is going insane, yeah, I think so too.
Did indeed pay off all the debts and didn't just lie and quit on everybody. And given that EVE is a game that people use real money-
Above High Nintendo Mail by Saint. Okay, wait. Wait. I will find it. Oh, hi, Nintendo. Oh, hi? Imagine being so annoying you cause a war? Hey, if they can't get their shit together without me, I'm not gonna get the shit together. We can be restowats. This is cheesy news. It's just not there. What do you mean, Wayne? Wayne, I feel gaslit by Wayne.
to play does show to me that Jason isn't just some
Wayne, wake up. Wayne, I have live chat. I have live chat on, Wayne. Wayne, what are you talking about?
Man who doesn't care about anyone, as let's face it, he could have just left the game.
I'm getting gaslit.
Him entirely and not paid things off and would have faced any issues, and I do think it's a respectable thing of him to do, even if he's shown himself to be an egotistical maniac throughout this video. Now, as for the exact reason why Jason left EVE Online, I couldn't figure that out.
Probably because once again everyone hated him. I can DM you the screenshot? Okay. Yes, please do that.
I didn't want to speak on it because it's all just negative rumors he was told, and given there was no hard evidence for me to work with, I couldn't figure it out on my own. Either way though, this entire EVE Online arc of Jason's life was interesting, as not only did I learn that EVE is a much deeper game than I ever expected.
Well, that game sounds like it's nothing for me, because that takes too many brain cells from what it sounds like.
It showed that the way Jason portrays himself as this hard-headed yet charismatic figure goes back multiple years, and that he's quit various gaming communities whenever he starts getting heat his way. Now, Jason started the Piratesoftware game company in 2016 and released his first title, Champions of Breakfast.
Wayne, go away, gaslight you another day.
On June 23rd that same year. It's nothing crazy, it's just a simple side-scrolling shooter game that doesn't break any barriers or anything like that.
Aww.
And it would be successful enough in the indie
See, that's a game I can get. That's a game I can get behind.
Plan a new game for release. Also, I found it pretty funny that he rated his own game 10 out of 10. Just thought to show that to y'all.
I have a 10-hour EVE Online lore video for ya. No. No. I will kill myself. Moldavius waits his own game. A fun, difficult, insanely scaling twin-stick shoot-'em-up. Content updates come in the form of events where everyone has to reach a common goal, which brings a sense of community even in a single-player game. Yikes. I don't want a sense of community in my single-player game. Oh god, Dwayne. Okay. I will do it. But you better pay me for this. Okay, wait, let me get in the right mood for it. Hello, prisoner. I am in charge of your execution today. Oh, you have been charged with third-degree cringe. We shall now commence the execution. Prisoner, oh well. You're welcome.
The next game he planned would be Heartbound, an Undertale-inspired RPG that was put on the Steam Greenlight program way back in November 2016, with an impending release date for sometime in 2017. The game
How does one mute do?
get officially greenlit on Steam just a couple weeks later in December that same year.
Oh, now we finally get to Heartbound.
2017, Jason would put up a Kickstarter campaign and get just under $20,000 in order to fund the project. In an article on GameDeveloper.com, he would reveal he set the goal low so that when it got crazy.
Thank you, Wayne. Worth it. Damn. Heartbound took over 5 years, yes. Yes, yes it did.
Crazy numbers, other sides to pick up the story and promote it as a rising star, showing that he well understands human nature and how it works. However, the game would get delayed to sometime in 2018, and eventually in October that year, Jason would announce it would be hitting Steam Early Access in December if everything went by plan.
Hell
This would
yeah,
come in for
Early Access.
as the game would come out in Early Access on Christmas Day, and for the next few years would be
Wayne Oath's entire chat, 6,000 doubloons.
worked on for its eventual completion one day. However, the game would hit
that
a
was
wall.
edited, Wayne, that was edited. Did this bitch thought he'd get the game done in a year? Apparently. Yeah, it's an early access. Not all chapters are out, web abuser. It's like 2 or 3 chapters are out now.
As despite getting out the second chapter sometime in 2019, in 2020 COVID would happen, in which Jason would say online that he got sick throughout the whole year and pretty much like—
Thank you, Yen! I'm pouring gasoline around Du and send their Uwu voice back to hell with a lighter. You can't. It comes. You can't. It's here to stay.
lost an entire year.
Also, we now got. Oh, I get head pets. I'm very proud of you. Thank you all so much. There you go. I clipped it already, by the way. I saw. Thanks. Curse upon ye.
Years worth of time that he could have put into
My
chapter
skull
3
is crushed. Good.
because of that. This delay would go from 1 year to 3 years, as despite planning to release chapter—
Bruh. Upcoming content, the rest of Animus, Chapter 3, is being actively developed. The next step is the resolution of the Mosbeck's family quarrel. After this, Animus will be completed. So now we got a 3 years of delay. Why does chat have bouncy boobies? It does not have bouncy boobies.
3 on Christmas Eve 2023. The date would swing and miss, and Chapter 3 was still not released despite being in development since 2020. Mind you, this is the guy who promotes himself as the dude who worked at Blizzard for 7 years and has been in the games industry for 20 years, yet he has a game that's been in development for a total of 8 years so far, with 5 of those years
For 8 years. That's insane.
being dedicated to just Chapter 3 of the experience. This is utterly
Just Chapter 3.
absurd, and if
How many chapters are there supposed to be? Saint Carrie's chat's collective bouncy boobies. True.
anything, it shows that ever since he's become a streamer, he realized that he's gonna make a lot more money streaming, so why even work on a game anymore? Even in February 2024, when he blew up in the streaming sphere, someone—
he discovered, you know what, the streaming shit makes me much more money than actually making the game. I should just continue doing that instead of doing the game.
on Steam would say how all he does is play games now, and he would reply to them getting super defensive
My upload schedule is somehow better than Piratesoftware's. You will not make us wait 3 years, Yen.
about how he's doing all this stuff and how he's busy and how he has a whole bunch of other things going on, saying that he works on Heartbound every single day at the end of the rant, which I'm just gonna say
Every single day he works on it. For 8 years. It's crazy. For 8 years he now works on it every day. This really gives the fucking Yandere Dev vibes. Hey, Quantum, thank you so much. It's too late to burn the Duvu. Praise the Duvu or suffer like Yen. Indeed. Indeed. And even more head pets for all of you. Even more head pets. That's how proud I am of every single one of you.
highly doubt. There's also this post on a certain fruit
What?
farm themed website where—
What? Did you see the FNAF 2 trailer? No. No. And I don't want to. Doo-woo. It is indeed doo-woo. Watch it right now. No. Fuck you, Yen.
a user looked at 164 hours of stream footage to find out that Jason only worked on it for a total of 15 minutes throughout that time, adding even more insult to injury in the process.
Yen,
He
I
also
will
dropped
mute you.
another game
Shut
called
the fuck up. I will mute you. Shut the fuck up, man. I don't want to hear about FNAF 2.
the moon as well so that he could focus on Heartbound, but let's face it, that game is as good as dead given it's been since 2020 when it happened. Now Jason's coding is its own story, and I'll keep it real. I don't know about coding much and how to properly judge it. However, the examples on screen should be enough to show that he probably ain't—
PPP is gone. No, yes. Coffee temperature, personal space. Okay, I saw one video from someone. I'm a do. Hi, Medley. You definitely do. So, there was Coding Jesus who looked over his code, and he was like, yeah, that's really amateur, not something you would expect from a professional, because it's not very explanatory, the code, so if anyone else who isn't him would look over it, it would be really confusing. And that is much that I can say, because I also only know very basic shit about coding.
the gaming genius he promotes himself as, and in fact, he might even surpass the Yandere dev as their coding looks pretty similar to each other. But hey,
that's actually really impressive almost, that you can be just as bad coding and making a video game than Yandere dev. Because at least his game is pretty much, it's playable, you know? Like, you could even say Yandere dev did more with his game than he did.
Spend too much time on something I don't know that much about, but if anything, this shows that maybe those 7 years at Blizzard aren't exactly accurate to the way he's been promoting it. Oh yeah, his time at Blizzard. That thing is its own whole story going on. Turns out
we're just talking about the game and not talking about being a groomer.
Jason here is the son of Joey Hall, one of the first 10 Blizzard employees and one of the most—
Dude, when are you going to do 44 streams on Yandev to prove your point? I won't. Who's more ADHD, Dew or her chat? What do you mean? I'm never ADHD, I'm very neurotypical and normal. Hi Tusky! Almost free from the corn dungeon. You will be free of the corn soon.
Most important gaming developers in history. In fact, Joey was such an influential figure in gaming history that his look was the inspiration
Oh,
for
okay, wait. Okay. That's his father.
his own whole story going on. Turns out Jason here is the son of Joey Hall, one of the first 10 Blizzard employees and one of the most important gaming developers in history. In fact, Joey was such an influential figure in gaming history that his look was the inspiration for the fat guy in the South Park episode.
Bruh. He was in the South Park episode. Do you as neurotypical as Ace? I would say I'm even more neurotypical. Very normal.
Where they play World of Warcraft together. That's how important he is to gaming in general. Jason would get his job at Blizzard
So he already had connections.
not because of his skills, but because he was the son of a powerful dev. And in fact, for the first 4.5 years, he was a QA guy for the company and never did any dev work at all. He would then start working in security and would do so for about 2.5 years, eventually capping off his time at the company with a year working as a senior red team specialist, basically looking over protection and hacking related things within the company. So, it's pretty easy to see that even though Jason did start working for Blizzard—
So, no real coding there. No real development.
when he was young, the only reason he even got the job to begin with was due to nepotism. However, anytime someone calls him a nepo baby, he gets pretty upset about it despite this being true no matter how he
Bro,
tries.
he can't take one single L, can he? Every time someone makes fun of anything, no matter if it's his fucking gameplay, if it's his coding, if it's his connection there, he is like, nah, I'm the main character, don't you know? How dare you? How dare you make fun of me? How dare you make fun of me? Peasant. Banned.
Spin it.
Anytime people say shit like that, because it's deeply disrespectful and it completely overwrites any of the things that I've done throughout my career as something that is somebody else's success, which they have not been.
No, it just means you have connections, which are always helpful. And there's no shame in admitting that, you know. Everyone needs some of that vitamin C.
In any possible respect. And it's just rude as fuck. So, what do you say? In the thing, he said it was, he called me a nepo baby. In his article.
I mean...
That's dog shit behavior. Really gross.
Now in that clip, he's referring to an article written by Steven Assarch back in July 20.
He has taken so many L's before, but at least we get to laugh at them now, true. Hi, Inkster! Welcome! Welcome to Pain.
2024, which at one point in it, he directly calls Jason a nepo baby due to the fact his father's an industry titan as he puts so himself. This would annoy Jason so much that he would—
Don't you mean vitamin C? Isn't the little pitch Jason is truly. Welcome to Pain, indeed. Jinxed. My favorite is getting accused of getting jobs on my knees. Like, sure, bro. I didn't think I'm that old. God damn it.
The article on Twitter about how he called him a Nepo baby. And in fact, Steve will go into a live stream and reveal that Jason had the event.
Wait. My mom just called people she knew to get me a job when I was like 14. Am I a Nepo baby? A Nepo baby? Yes, you are, web abuser. You are indeed.
They met up at where he conducted the interview to reach out to him in order to try and get that part taken out of his article.
He claimed the article was full of factual inaccuracies. He actually contacted the event that I had interviewed him at, and
no, that is a person who interviewed him.
Had the event reach out to me in an attempt to try to get the fact that I called him a Nepo baby taken out of the article. Which is
He's so fucking sensitive that he wanted to get the word Nepo baby out of an article. That's crazy. Again, come on. You have to laugh about yourself sometimes. You have to laugh at yourself every now and then.
that has never happened before.
Yen, this is Chat Logic, yes, and this is the person who interviewed him. I don't know how I can make it more clear for you.
Given how Jason has used this part to take down multiple YouTube videos talking about him in the past, this isn't surprising.
I said the person he talked to wasn't Piratesoftware. Fucking bimbo.
Funny, he's so deluded thinking he's not a Nepo baby when he is, and he gets mad about it whenever people say so. Don't get me wrong, if you watching this video are in the same spot as Jason, take advantage of the opportunities in front of you, just be self-aware.
Because you said he went to Chat Logic? No, not he himself went to Chat Logic, it was the people who did the interview with him. Jesus. Listen, I'm an educational channel. It's my responsibility to educate the himbos and bimbos.
Enough to understand that you got where you are because of that connection. It's not a bad thing like how some try to—
Listen, you doubted for a second that this is Chat Logic, okay? I will not take this from you, Yen.
Twist it, but it's certainly funny seeing how he gets annoyed when people state a factual thing about him. He just doesn't like feeling as if he's being belittled in any way at all. Now, Jason has also been part of the DEF CON hacking conference and won 3 badges doing puzzles throughout the years. He's framed it in the past as he was the big smart guy who carried everything, but he was actually just another member of a large team of people working on things together despite this framing. I'm not gonna—
Saint, I will lump you in with her, and you know exactly why.
Focus on the hacking skills or the false framing or debate on how much he contributed to the team, but what I will focus on is his claims about the TV show Mr. Robot and why he doesn't like it.
As an OPSEC specialist, how accurate is Mr. Robot? I don't like Mr. Robot.
Oh, you don't like Mr. Robot? Like, and he can't even admit, like, yeah, my father, you know, being one of the biggest developers, probably helped. Probably helped. Like, bro, of course. Even if he was actually skilled, his father being one of the biggest there definitely helped.
They took some information that they should not have taken from a write-up that I did on some puzzles that I solved at DEF CON, and then they put them into an episode of the show. And I found out about it. And the only source—
What? Is it another delusional take of main character syndrome? Wait. I did a puzzle and they took it. The TV show stole my puzzle.
Show Mr. Robot and why he doesn't like it.
As an OPSEC specialist, how accurate is Mr. Robot? I don't like Mr. Robot. They took some information that they should not have taken from a write-up that I did.
I did a write-up and Mr. Robot stole that. I bet it was just something really stupid.
On some puzzles
It's not something that was so extraordinary that it was just a puzzle he could come up with. It's like, bro, I just made this super deep song. And then it's so generic that it could be like every other song.
And then they put them into an episode of the show. And I found out about it. And the only source for that
and I found out about it.
knowledge was my write-up. Don't do that. Do you want to know what one of the solutions for that was? It was the Puzzle Master's personal cell phone number.
Yeah, that's not... I don't know. That's such a special resolution.
To which he got thousands of calls. Maybe don't put things in your episode if you don't know what it is. Maybe don't do that. Idiots.
Oh, the smug expression. He has a face that just makes you... kinda... you know... put a hand to it.
Now, Jason frames it as if they stole his work and didn't give him the credit for it. And in fact, back in September 2016 on Twitter, after the Mr. Robot team posted part of the answer online, he was starting to complain about how they didn't give him the credit he feels he deserves. Going on a
This is the first step of the DC22 badge challenge made by her. Here is a walkthrough.
Link his Tumblr post where he posted it. This was from DEF CON 22 in August 2014, and in specific, the part the team posted online was an answer to a simple number-to-letter cipher down at the bottom there, in which the last 4 parts were taken out because it was the creator of the cipher's name tag 1057, or better known in Leet speak as Lost. What's notable is that in the Mr. Robot tweet, they wouldn't post anything referring to Lost in it, and in fact, it was actually Jason linking his Tumblr post where people found out it was Lost who wrote it, ironically enough. Also, that part where they said they stole his work, turns out
it was Lost! Oh no!
You can find a pamphlet they gave the hackers to solve at DEF CON conference itself on the website as well, meaning that it wasn't just his write-up on Tumblr where you can find an answer to the question. So basically, Jason lied saying they stole his work from his Tumblr page, as while it's possible they might have come across it, it's far more likely that Mr.
Bro, I'm so famous. Mr. Robot saw my Tumblr post and so they stole my puzzle. Did you know? I'm famous.
Robot team took what they saw from DEF CON's website itself rather than his post. Also for good measure, here's an example of another team who made their own write-up just like how Jason did, showing that he literally got caught up in his head thinking they stole his work when they didn't and that he was lying to his millions of fans. On top of that, given that Mr. Robot team didn't—
What? He was lying? No, he would never. No, he would never. He don't lie, he don't cry, he don't die, bro.
Post the entire cipher itself, people had no way of figuring out Lost's phone number, so on top of—
Web abuser, are you being abusive again? Is that why your comment gets eaten?
trying to take false credit for something and lying about the chain of events to his fans, he also brought more eyes to the very puzzle he said that caused Lost to get a bunch of calls. At least that is, if you believe Lost got any callers at all and it wasn't just Jason lying again to try to make the Mr. Robot team look worse and him look better. It's so bizarre to me.
Especially thinking that they stole it from his Tumblr. You know, Twitter would have been more likely, but from fucking Tumblr.
Lie about something so easy to prove wrong, but as we've come to see throughout this video, he has a pattern of just lying about whatever to make him seem like the coolest person in the room. Jason was also caught cheating at puzzle games on stream as well. There were a couple instances—
Bro, he's literally that kid who's like, yeah, wish I was there. I would have thrown myself on the bomb to save everyone. And I would have survived. You know, I was gravely wounded, but thank God I heal fast.
Of this, but the most notable being the game Animal Well in these two clips I'm about to show y'all. The first—
Oh, Animal Well. All I said was I'd likely caress his face, but I don't want his facial fluids on me. Very true. Imagine cheating in puzzle games. I do it all the time.
To be when after solving part of a puzzle—
But at least I admit it.
Real sheet of paper in your own house to use. Jason's printer is not located in his room, meaning he would have no idea that a piece of paper printed out unless he knew the steps to solving this already by looking it up either before he started streaming or on his phone. Now watch how this entire ordeal goes down.
My flex is way cooler than Pirates. I was top 1 player in Europe as a kid on Pixel Gun 3D. We aren't the same. Do open sourcing her Konkai puzzles in the GC. Shut up. I cheat too, I don't have all day to play. Yeah, listen, I only have like a few hours after work before I have to go to bed again. So, bruh, I don't spend time in brain cells on thinking about the fucking puzzle. Okay, wait, so what did you just say?
To show y'all. The first would be when after solving part of a puzzle, it prints out a real sheet of paper in your own house to use. Jason's printer—
That explains why I never finished the game. I don't have a printer connected to my fucking PC. Damn!
Is not located in his room, meaning he would have no idea that a piece of paper printed out unless he knew the steps to solving this already by looking it up either before he started streaming or on his phone. Now watch how this entire ordeal goes down.
One moment.
What is it?
My house is haunted as shit. I just heard, like, somebody walking around, and I went and got—
I just heard someone walking around, bro. We don't have the soundproof headphones, bro?
my giant spoon, and my machete, because those are the only two things that I have.
I have a giant spoon and a machete over here, bruh.
And I hear someone walking around the wooden floor upstairs.
Hi, Odin!
Like, obvious heavy footprints. And I go up there, I'm like, who's in the goddamn house? Because I'm here alone. And I go up there, all the doors are locked, no one's here.
Machete, that's what I said.
And that wasn't like a quiet thing, that was loud enough that—
Excuse me, machete!
that I heard it over the game. Okay. We need a nibble. Isn't a nibble half a bite? Let me go pull this up.
Honey, you know what a nibble is. You know what a nibble is. You used it in your messages, you know. Took a nibble.
Yeah, 4 consecutive binary digits or half of an 8-bit byte. So, we're dealing with an 8-bit byte, and this is a nibble. What the hell is that noise? One moment. There's some freaking noise. I need to find out what the hell that is. My house is not haunted. The printer was still plugged in, sitting on the wall. And every time I hit that computer in game...
Bro, I heard a noise and then I went by the printer and bro, there was a piece of paper there.
It printed this shit. And then every time it printed it, the paper would fall on the floor. And then make...
I heard the fucking paper fall. The paper fell so loud I heard it through my headphones.
A loud noise because the paper was hitting stuff on the way down. And I thought it was a man upstairs, but it was not a man upstairs.
How do you mistake a piece of paper falling as a man being upstairs? That is the lightest man I've ever seen, bruh.
It was the game haunting my printer.
That's right. Despite having headphones on and talking so it would be harder to hear noise around his empty house, the paper falling was so loud he thought it was someone walking around his home. This is very easily a lie.
Listen, it's a heavy paper. You don't understand.
Knew what happened because he looked up the steps, and instead of being honest with his chat and saying he got stuck or whatever...
It's you. You're in his walls, yes. I'm haunting his house. I'm the big man stomping around when the paper falls.
Made up some egregious fake ordeal because he just has to be seen as some sort of mega genius to everyone around him. The second clip is pretty self-explanatory. Jason makes a connection to the background wall out of nowhere despite having no reason to even look at it to begin with.
No, there's no remote in my house. Not for sure it would be in here, wouldn't it? Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. I have a brain blast.
Wait. It's the lengths.
What?
It's the lengths. This is 4 blocks wide. This is 4 blocks wide. This goes in the top left.
Mind you, this part of the puzzle took the community over a week to figure out, and yet Jason...
It took a whole community over a week to figure it out, and he just stared at it, and he had a fucking brain blast. It was like... Wait a minute! The length! It was the length!
Here was able to figure it out in a matter of minutes simply by running around and thinking. Given we know how...
I don't have a printer at my house, so if I hear a printer go off, I will totally be scared. Yeah, same here.
much this guy lies, it's pretty obvious he looked up this part as well, but just like the last puzzle, instead of being honest with people about it, he has to paint himself like he's some sort of super genius who figured this out way quicker.
Nah, bro, I'm a genius. Listen, the entire community took a week. Ha! Fucking weaklings. I just stared at it long enough and I knew immediately.
Quicker than those normal people out there who spent over a week on the puzzle as a group. Also, a Redditor will point out that the second puzzle we just went over was finally solved on May 19th, 2024, and it just so happened that same day Jason somehow magically managed to figure it out all on his own social.
On the same day, he didn't even wait. Or you know, naturally did it before that. No, just accidentally on the same day as the community solved it. In the morning. As the community solved it in the morning. He immediately solved it by himself. If only he was there sooner. It would have saved the community so much time.
Quickly. We already know he's lying here, but it's just more evidence the dude is so insecure about looking smart that he has to lie about the way he plays.
Now I really want to play a puzzle game without a guide to flex on Pirate, which isn't that hard. Hint hint. True. Listen, I always try to play without a guide first, but then I get frustrated and I'm just like, nah, fuck this. I try for like 3 minutes first and then I'm like, nah. Pirate would 100% be like, now we look at the lines on the Hodensack. The Holdensack. What is a Holdensack? We can see the answer to the puzzle. True. Play La Mulana? No, you all want me to do puzzle games that will just frustrate me.
Games, and that's just pretty fun.
I'm so bad at puzzle games. I call people I ain't talked to in a decade to help me home. I can't figure out how to get the red ball across the room. The worst thing is if a game just recently came out, so there is no guide, and you're like, fuck. So either I have to figure this out now by myself, or I have to wait a week, and then I can Then I can fucking... This is me getting past the YouTube censor saying ball. Zack is a different language. Or what kind of language?
Money at the end of the day, if you ask me. On January 17th, 2025, an indie game developer named Brandon will add Jason into his game Idle Streaming Bonanza, in which he uses a cockroach as his persona and some audio clips he ripped off stream.
Oh my god, is that really him? See, it looks exactly like him. Leon has a little head.
Evocation's on cooldown, man.
Now the thing is, despite saying he added him into his game, he actually didn't and was just showing off a personal build instead, basically trying to get people to buy his game under false pretenses. That's a tiny bit scummy, and in most cases people would write him off and move on with their day. But Jason here isn't most people, as he will go on to send a
Nah, Jason. Bruh, Piratesoftware DMCA'd me to have... I have to change the voices. Bruh. It's meant to be German, dude. Yes, I noticed, Yen. Bro, he DMCA'd his own voice. He's like, nah, that's my original contact, that's my voice. My voice is copyrighted, bro.
DMCA Steam to get the game taken down off the service. The issue here is that this is the dev's personal build and he never actually added Jason.
Oh, so it's only like in his own little build there, but not in the public version. That's funny. That's really funny. He got so offended that he got played as a cockroach and that it had one voice line of him. That it's like, nah, I can't take this. I won't take this lying down. You will not make fun of me.
Into the Steam version of the game. So this is a false DMCA, as Jason didn't even do the proper research into see whether he was actually in the game or not. He just saw the clip and immediately assumed he was in the game. Brandon even went to the Piratesoftware Discord server to submit a ticket for the false DMCA to get it fixed, alongside filing a counter notice to Steam as well. On stream after getting a counter notice, Jason would tell his chat how Brandon added him in the game and how his moderator Kronos is a copyright lawyer and how he DMCA'd it. But again, as we just saw, this is an illegal DMCA, meaning
Listen, I know someone who's a lawyer.
that Kronos over here must be a pretty stupid lawyer for letting his client make himself out to be a fool to millions of people online.
There was a dude earlier today that went onto Reddit and said that he was using my voice in a video game.
You can use whatever you want in dev stuff. Some countries you can outright violate copyright if you don't monetize it. Yeah, because from what I understand, it's just in what he has on his PC. So he can take clips of that, but he doesn't sell it. Also, isn't this transformative? Good question. I don't know the rules about that, but it's even if it was in the public thing, it would be such a bitch move to DMCA strike that. But it's just even funnier that it was just in the private thing build. You need to fix the model more, you make sex faces. Yeah, it's when I take a drag of my anxiety stick, okay? That's what I call my vape.
Showed a bunch of videos of it, and then put that game up on Steam.
Listen, it made that face one time, and of course Ivy immediately noticed. Fuck you.
A lot of people in the thread told him not to do that, that would end up being a legal problem for him. He did it anyway, so I filed the DMCA.
What flavor? It's... I don't even know what I'm smoking, bro. Blueberry sour raspberry. Girl using the anxiety pen. My job, no pay me. I will pay you in slurs.
A claim, and he has now filed a counterclaim against me. We're going to take you to court. You're going to lose. You cannot use somebody's likeness or voice in any way inside
You cannot use my likeness. The cockroach is literally my likeness. I have the same, hell yeah. Yen. Is it also from Elfbar?
games without their permission. It's a really stupid thing to do. Incredibly so. So I'm going to send this over to Kronos now, because he is a lawyer in copyright law. That is his job.
Saying how
because you only uses the best flavors. Yes, I only have the fruity sour ones because I don't like the super sweet ones. Mine's Angel. Don't know Angel. Would have been funny.
Definitely that Brandon was going to lose despite literally breaking a lot of silence a critic of his is hilarious to me. But again, given those multiple YouTube videos that he's falsely taken down in the past, him threatening to silence—
Oh, also taking down YouTube videos. I see. He really is really sensitive. Mine is from Dojo Blast. That's a funny name. So like Lemon Lime. Lemon Lime also sounds good. Apes are gay. I know, and just like me. Like, if that were me, I would reach out and ask them first. You expect him to speak to the mere jesters To the plebeians. To the stupid common folk. Are you crazy, Wayne? Wait, Dews gay? You thought I was straight? I'm offended. To wanna bless the dojo. Always a huge quantum, always.
People with copyright and DMCA is just another thing he does to get the edge on anyone who dares go at him. Brandon even made a video on his channel confirming this was all.
Nah, the plebeians have to learn their place, Wayne. Straight washed once again. When will the pain end?
Bait so that he could get attention to his game, completely playing Jason like a fiddle in the process as well.
You're the only person Tally responded.
Yen, fuck you. God damn it.
2 out of thousands of people, I'm aware.
That's totally fine. You took the bait hook, line, and sinker because you're the most predictable person on the planet.
YouTuber Frosted Rivia will cover this on his channel and
unlike him, I know how to deal with people, but also you're not royalty, Wayne. You're not the main character. Fuck, you were an eldritch being. Yeah. You know how many of those fucked with humans? He needs to work help test for a year. What did he mean by this, Zodu? You know exactly what he means. You know exactly what he means.
the video will blow up instantly, with it gaining over 200,000 views in a little over a day. With this newfound attention on his illegal DMCA against Brandon, Jason would reply to Frost's Twitter saying that it wasn't illegal despite, as we've seen already, it was. And it was obvious he was just using his typical tactic of manipulating things in his favor as he's done so countless times throughout his life online. Frost would respond showing that when you file a claim on Steam, you check a box saying that you own the copyright, and again, given that Brandon never added him into the Steam release of the game and just his personal build, meant that Jason was directly lying and sent in the false DMCA.
Oops. Oh, yeah, before you send a DMCA strike, you should really check first. And not just, nah, I saw a clip of that. Nah, I saw that. Aha.
In order to take the game down because he was being made fun of. Frost would also reveal that Kronos is a lawyer.
Imagine being such a bitch baby. Such a bitch baby that you cry just because someone made you into a cockroach. Like, bruh. He even got a funny little head and it was a voice clip of him. I've seen so much worse things, many worse things, that this is just so alien to me. That he has such a strong reaction to it.
Out of the UK, meaning that the dude didn't even understand US copyright law and was instead pushing his weight around to bully Brandon. This is very weird.
And then he had someone who only is a UK copyright lawyer and not even a US attorney. No.
In this small snippet of DMs Brandon had with Kronos, in which he says repeatedly that Jason is not in a Steam release in the game and therefore the DMCA is illegal.
Oh, wait, let me see.
Brandon had with Kronos, in which he says repeatedly,
we are happy to retract the claim once those changes are made. What changes? The game never had them in. It is not a false report as far as we are aware. Based on information you made public, Piratesoftware is in the game and playable. Did you play the game on Steam? It meets the criteria for us to make the claim. It meets the criteria for us to bring a lawsuit. Bro, Kronos not even answering the question.
That Jason is not in a Steam release in the game and therefore the DMCA is illegal.
Did you play the game on Steam? But that seems like a waste of time for us both, when all we were asking for is that you do not use recordings of Thor's voice. That is not remotely relevant to the matter at hand. The fact of the matter are that a build of your game contains content which is not yours.
In which Kronos continues to try and force him to change something that can't be changed because it was never in the product to begin with. Despite
well, they're really arguing like, nah, you take that out of your game. It's not in the game. Take that out of your game, or we will fucking sue you. It isn't in the game.
A lawyer, even if based out of the UK, Kronos will show that he's either a—
Bro, imagine an actual lawyer, someone with a real job, playing Big Dick on Discord. That's so cringe.
A very daft person or is doing typical lawyer sleaziness to get his way.
This is what it's like to be Tsai. Yeah, you're right, you're right. Another bill, but not yours. It is because the DMCA will be removed once the builds are shown that the content doesn't exist.
And part of getting his way was to threaten Brandon after he had to give his legal information.
Wait, Thanks, I feel like it should be protected under parody, because it's a criticizing piece. Perhaps commentary added would suffice, no? Sadly not. Criticism doesn't mean parody, does not equal parody. Use of the voice line in this situation would be the problem. And then the fucking lawyer goes up. Nice ducks, but given your details are given in the DMCA, we will be passing it to law enforcement official and removing your access to the server. Good luck. Well, you tell me that's a real lawyer? Where?
Into the counterclaim on the DMCA, as he would tell him, nice docs, bud, and say that he was
I would have said womp womp and block them. Based. You know what? Yeah, based.
passing over all this information to his local police before kicking him out of the Piratesoftware.
I'm calling the internet police. Will be reported right away.
Their Discord server. That's right. A lawyer threatened to use the docs of their detractor to push him further into their submission.
Imagine you get a lawyer and the lawyer just looks at your documents and goes, nice ducks, Buck. Nice ducks, Buckaroo.
Mind you, over something that he technically never did, as Brandon never actually added Jason into his Steam build of the game. It seems that Jason likes to surround himself with people who are just like him and who are willing to bully others and argue their way out of a bad spot. And it seems that Kronos is possibly even stupider, given that at least Jason never threatened to dox somebody and has only abused DMCA instead. Yeah, talk about one hell of a lawyer here.
I would flay my lawyer. Like, bruh. If he's really a lawyer, he's probably not one with much experience. Yeah. You would think a real lawyer would not try to intimidate someone being like a nice duck's butt.
Meanwhile, Jason would confirm that he's banned over 30,000 people from his stream as he tries to keep his career
Oh my
running.
god, what is this game? You can fly.
And in another clip on February 2nd, we'll brag about how he's finally updated Heartbound after multiple years of nothing coming from the game.
Average game dev after taking early access money, we released an update for Heartbound yesterday. Average chatter
We did an update yesterday, actually.
doesn't know what he's talking about, went to Reddit, learned his entire opinion off of Reddit, and then came in here and shit talk.
Bro, he just made one update real fast and was like, ha! Ha! You just took your information off Reddit, I'm right.
Said that while he did update the game, he updated the beta branch and not the public branch where you normally play the title.
And then he just updated the beta? Bruh. And he's like, heh, updated it, loser.
And so in a bitterly timed Steam update just 3 days later where Valve added a warning to early access games that hadn't been properly updated in a year, Heartbound would be one of many added to the list of potentially abandoned games.
So he just updated it because otherwise it would have been counted as an abandoned game, bro. And then he's still that smug once someone comments on here. Yeah, getting the early getting the fucking GoFundMe? Whatever. You know what the games get. And being like, heh, I updated it actually. Do you enjoy driving / racing? I feel like this is a trick question. I feel like this is a trick. Hi, Bubonic Tonic! Sorry I'm late, I was stage handling. All good, we're almost halfway through, so you're in time. B2B Fox, make 2 games by yourself, make consistent updates, work with big company, Pokemon. Meanwhile, be pirate, work for big corpo as Nepo, make no game, cry. A lot of crying. There was a lot of crying. Mostly crying, actually.
Even though by this point most people know the game is basically abandonware and the only reason Jason is working on it again is because people are trashing on him for it and he knows he can't argue his way out of that one, it was yet another example of people waking up to him.
Oh, people think Kronos isn't even a lawyer, just a law student at most. Apparently they can't find him in the public listing in the UK. That's fucking funny. That's funny. It's not. I just like rally and Germany makes me think of throwing a car around dirt roads in the middle of nowhere. You can't drive fast on dirt roads in the middle of nowhere, but you can drive fast on the Autobahn.
Being a fraud throughout his gaming dev career. Jason would even try to argue with Steam themselves, saying that they improperly labeled his game as potentially abandoned. In which
Steam, how dare you? Wait, I want to see what he wrote.
Jason would even try.
You have improperly stated that we haven't updated our game in 13 months, despite an update going out on February 1st, 2024. Please remove this tag from our store, as it is misleading customers and causing abuse. I will show you abuse, bro. It's causing abuse. Thanks, Piratesoftware Inc. Also, wait. This was just, yeah, that was just days ago before they... Wait.
To argue with Steam themselves, saying that they...
Hi, thanks for reaching out. Does this issue still occur when updating the early access question or updating the store page? Please contact us again if you're still experiencing this issue. Steam support, Kevin. God damn it, Kevin. Why is your name Kevin?
Properly labeled his game as potentially abandoned.
Updating the early access question in the store page does not resolve the issue. The game is still listed as being abandoned for 13 months. And we're receiving a lot of hateful reviews as a result. Oh no.
And in which they would point out that an update only counts if it's on the default, aka...
Thanks for writing in. The new store page notification for early access games is automated and it's applied whenever there's been 12 or more months since either a build has been assigned to the default branch or an update type news event has been posted associated with the update on the default branch.
A public branch of the title at the...
In short, the notification should automatically disappear once there's been an update to the default branch, an update type news event release about it. Oh, so because it was just in the beta branch, that's why it didn't get the thing get taken away. No web abuser, no F. Did Kevin leak the messages?
Bottom reply, as you can see. Now this situation, even though I had mostly left the gaming mainstream at this point in time, was seriously negatively impacting Jason's career. I know that canceling people never truly works unless you're doing some illegal stuff online, but I can't sit here and lie saying that it wasn't making an impact as his view counts plummeted after the WoW stuff went down. His Twitch streaming numbers are below—
Gee, I wonder. You tell me people don't like this unlikable person? That's crazy. Wait, yeah, how did we get those yams? Listen, then just appreciate them. Maybe he did it, he leaked them himself to show, Steam is not doing anything.
Half of what he was getting before all that happened, as he was easily getting over 20k concurrent viewers but could barely hit 7 to 8k afterwards. Here's a screenshot of his YouTube views before it got exposed.
Oh. 600k, 800k, 450k. Okay.
Which every video was easily over 6 figures of views, and even a couple just below are over 1 million. His numbers after that are paltry compared to—
Oh, not even to 100. Oh, one time he got to the 700 anything for content, but after that, no.
Before. And so even though he lost a chunk of subscribers, it seems that a huge amount who were still subscribed weren't willing to watch his stuff anymore.
Yeah, like Rain says, I think it's more likely that Jason thought, yeah, no. Steam is abusing me. Steam is not doing anything. See? I wrote them.
Or because how much of an asshole he is. Also, you may see right there that one of those videos has a lot of views, and it turns out that on February 20th, 2025, Jason decided to finally respond to everything surrounding him once and for all. However, the video is mostly more twisting and false information, such as how he says his old second line—
Well, my answer is more fun. It is. It is. Yen, it is. Maybe Kev, you know what? Just for you, there's an alternative universe where Kevin is just super based.
Named Maldavius Fig Tree is actually about a TV-themed character he used to run around as, and was also part of that Kill the Moon game I mentioned earlier. Despite everybody knowing by this point, it's actually his furry persona he used to go by back in the day.
That was Cloudy. Cloudy was actually Kevin. Oh, what is that? What? Is ferret or this?
Moon game I mentioned earlier. Despite everybody knowing by this point, it's actually his furry persona he used to go by back in the day.
Oh.
It's bewildering that he still keeps avoiding the furry stuff and starts to just lie about it to—
Just be a proud, cringe furry. Be a proud, cringe furry.
people. And by this point, I was thinking—
By the way, talking about furries. I got updated art for my persona. Boom! From Angie. Look, it's my eldritch cow. My eldritch cattle. I love how they did it. I love their art. Yes, Highland cattle. I love it. Well, Angie does amazing art for that. So if you see her art, give her a heart, commission her. Oops, wrong video. Oops. I fix.
Thinking to myself, there's gotta be something really embarrassing attached to this, otherwise why would he continue to lie about it when everybody knows about this already? Jason also talks about the ashes of
Are you a redhead too? I have brown hair, but it goes a little bit into red. Especially in summer, I feel like it always gets brighter and more into the red. It's weird.
creation incident where
Do dox yourself now, we need to know. I've been on camera multiple times. Hi Angie! I just showed the art. I still love it. I remember my OG color, yes. I usually, I have my hair mostly colored black. Sometimes with a little bit, nowadays, multiple other colors. But my natural hair is brown, yes. I like summoning people. Angie has been summoned. Yes, I just showed off the art you made. I love it. So adorable.
he blamed a teammate for a raid wipe despite it being his fault. But the most interesting part of the first half of the video was when he would admit he hadn't worked on Heartbound for the last year.
Heartbound, the indie game that I work on. People are currently review bombing this. They're very upset. And I can understand why in some of those cases, I haven't worked on the game for the last year. I could have communicated better this entire time though, and that's completely on me. I'm a dumbass for not putting out more announcement posts and releasing information to you guys to let you know that what was going on, and I was stressed the entire time and acting like a fool.
He's right. He could have just
But Chris, I'd rather see you as a character. Yes, everyone go commission Angie. Angie, if you have a Tumblr, a Twitter or anything, or your commission site thingy, you can throw it. Wait, you can give it to Yen and she can throw it in the chat. Okay? Please do. I need people to see more of your art.
told people that he was focusing on his vastly bigger moneymaker in his streaming career than working on his game, yet decided to give himself this title of being a quote-unquote game dev just to seem more authoritative to his viewers. It's very clear to me in my opinion that he lost the passion for making the game even before his streaming career took off, but he still has the obligation to complete it for those that donated their money. Or
you're like, I don't want to work, I just want to sit here and talk shit and get money.
Or he can refund those people who donated and let this negative marking of not being able to complete a game haunt.
Ooh, refund? Refund people? Do you think he still has those 19,000?
For the rest of his life, with people at every corner of the internet using it to make fun of him, but as we know, he does
Thank
not
you, Yen!
like being made fun of, so maybe he'll actually complete the game out of spite one day. The other stuff is more inane details like how he's a Nepo baby, in which Jason denies so despite, again, his father literally being one of the most important Blizzard figures in the entire company's history, and at one point he even plays a clip of Joy Ray himself saying how Jason's boss apologized to him for talking to him
Bro, imagine playing a fucking clip of your own dad talking about you. It's cringe.
Nowhere, not knowing that Jason was his son.
I remember one time he had, his boss had come to me because he came to me to apologize that one of his people talked to me. And I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, well, Thor came up and was talking to you, and I don't think that's appropriate and stuff like that. I'm like, okay.
I'm sorry this loser talked to you. I don't think that's very appropriate of him. It's kind of sad. That loser is actually my son.
Just so you know, I'm going to keep talking to Thor when he comes and talks to me because he's my son. This was 2 years after he worked for this guy, and this guy did not know.
So funny thing here, he actually got the timeline wrong. That was 4 years into my career.
Oh, that Thor was my son. And then
keep my son away from me, imagine. That would have been even more funny.
It's okay for Thor to come talk to me, you know, but it was in public. It was in this quad at work. It's just, but it's like, no, he can talk to me anytime, just like anybody else at Blizzard could come talk to me.
For those who don't understand what's going on there, my own boss didn't know who my dad was. It's really hard to be a Nepo baby when the people who control your career have no...
I'm sorry, but your boss isn't necessarily the person who put you in. Like, I work for a smaller company, a really small company. But even we have like 3 bosses and only one of those hires people. So I would think Blizzard probably also has multiple people and not just one boss who's responsible for hiring people and also responsible for this department and this department and his department, you know? So, doesn't really mean anything.
no idea who your connections are.
Now, it's a fun little story about how some people didn't know that he was Joey's son, but really, think about it real quick. Was it Jason's boss who hired him? I highly doubt it.
See, just said it.
As it's very, very extremely unlikely in such a large company like Blizzard that the boss was the one who was there when he got hired. At that, the boss also very likely wasn't given all the information of Jason's personal details when he sent in his resume to the company, as it would be human resources who would get all that.
Yeah. Pretty much. Shut up, Ivy.
And figure out they were related. On top of that, Jason's last name is Hall. A very simple.
Not that smart. The fuck up. Swear to God, I will visit your house.
Common last name. So the boss never put two and two together because he probably met a couple Halls in his life, just as how you might have met a couple Smiths, or in my case, a bunch of Moraleses who aren't related at all. The fact that this is all Jason can come.
Bro, Jason comes across like the person who is actually at work like, do you know who my father is?
Up with really shows that he has nothing to combat the nepotism stuff. He just gets butthurt mad whenever people bring it up and can't accept that.
Yeah, I love you too, Pookie.
That helped him get to where he is in life today. I already said there's no issue taking advantage of the opportunities in front of you earlier.
Also, yes, he does hiring. At most, does the final approval after getting no before my. Respect in the video game industry. It helped the Nepo baby since his dad, Joey Hall, had spent over 2 decades in the industry titan since almost the very beginning. Yeah.
But it's clearly an ego thing to him straight up. When it comes to how his voice got deeper, Jason now says he just controls the vocal range of it, but in the past he said
me as a child telling, do you know who my dad is? When he just does chlorine for the city pool. Listen, it's a very important job.
He went through a second puberty and implies this was out of his control.
I went to the doctor because my voice...
No, Wayne, I cannot read. Any other questions?
dropped. And I was like, what's going on? I used to have a much higher pitched voice a couple of years back, and my voice dropped out of nowhere. And I went to go talk to my doctor.
Bro, out of nowhere I got this massive masculine voice. It's crazy.
Because I'm like, what's going on? Because I was talking like 10 hours a day every day, right? And I was worried I had vocal cord nodules, because you can develop like basically calluses on your vocal cords, and like that can turn into cancer and all kinds of other shit. So I went to the doctor and I'm like, yo, what's going on?
Bro, I suddenly got a chat voice and I thought I had cancer, bro. I was dying. Literally dying.
They sent me to an ENT, which is an ear, nose, and throat doctor. They put a scope in my nose, a camera down to look at my vocal cords, and they're like, no, your vocal cords are perfect, man. And I was like, what the hell's going on? So I went back to my doctor. My doctor's like, hey, sometimes guys in their early and mid-30s can have second puberty. And your voice just drops. And I'm like, what? And they're like, yeah, and it might happen to you again when you're 60, so maybe I'll get an even deeper voice then, which will be even more ridiculous. I can actually just control the vocal range of my voice. Just go like this and talk all the way down to the bottom of your vocal range. This isn't that hard. Then you go like this all the way up into your nose.
Stop clocking it. Why can't you say what you want to say, web abuser? What are you trying to say?
And talk like this. Amazingly, people's voices change over time, and they do this at different ages as you go through life. On top of this, streaming and talking for 12 hours a day doesn't make that any easier or better.
So, which is it? Did he go through a second puberty, or did he lie to everybody about the second puberty to explain why his voice
Listen, maybe he had puberty and suddenly got throat cancer. Who knows?
got deeper? Obviously, the answer here is that he lied about the second puberty, and the reason why is pretty obvious. It's because admitting that you practice to get your voice deeper implies insecurity, and someone as egotistical as Jason would never want to show anyone they were insecure about something. I still think part of it was also because of that Elizabeth Holmes Theranos thing when talking with a deeper voice makes people subconsciously attracted to you more, but
Said so. Yin.
Still, the fact that he lied about such a minute and tiny detail to his fans for so long is astounding to me, but we've seen this dude lie again and again and again and again, so it's not shocking at all. Speaking of lying, Jason also continues to lie about not cheating an Animal Well in another game called Outer Wilds, saying that if he wanted to cheat, he would just pull it
He would never cheat.
up on one of his monitors rather than look at his phone.
A lot of people say that I cheated because I looked at my phone, because it was right here. Why would I cheat with my phone when I have a 3-monitor setup? It's a pretty easy way to talk about this. I have one monitor here that actually shows broadcast information.
Because you're a coward who is too afraid that it will accidentally show up on stream.
Usually using game capture, so I could put a guide up here if I wanted to in the first place. This one is just OBS. I could put it right next to chat there, and it'd be really easy to hide it because I'm constantly looking at chat anyway. Or I could put it on the right and put it on another one where I put all my social media.
Or maybe you just weren't that smart at the time and just had this idea afterwards. Loser who has 3 monitors.
It doesn't make any sense to use a phone to look at a guide while you're running through a game like that when you could just look at anything else.
Fair point, but that still doesn't explain the obviously fake printer scenario that he said happened, or the fact how easily he figured out Animal Well compared to the rest of the entire Animal Well community playing the game. It's still very obvious that he cheated and won't admit it, and I find it hilarious because it all comes down to his insane insecurity of just having to be the smartest person.
In his defense, yeah, I can cheat in many ways. You don't understand how many ways there are I could cheat in. I could have my tablet right in the middle and have the guide up there.
In the room, and it's even funnier seeing him try to keep up this crumbling facade because his ego won't let him admit that he's not that super smart guy he portrays.
Especially because those are such nothing burger. It's not like he doxed or killed someone. He's just not that good, as he claims to be. And it's all just stuff that no one would care about if he would have just admitted it from the beginning.
Himself to be. Now, Jason conveniently doesn't go over how he and Kronos sent in a false DMCA to Brandon over his game, and so a comment would bring this up, notably saying
why didn't you cover the lawsuit you filed? It's not because it's frivolous and you don't want people to know about it, do you? That would be ridiculous, I'm sure. You opened the video saying you wanted this to serve as a single location people can refer to in order to debunk many allegations against you. It would be odd to not feature this one, wouldn't it?
didn't talk about the lawsuit he filed. If you don't know, a DMCA claim isn't technically a lawsuit, and so Jason would see this and play into the semantics despite knowing the true intentions behind it.
Because we never filed a lawsuit, we filed an DMCA. As a developer showed video evidence that he used my voice in his game without permission. He then filed a counterclaim and stated the audio was not actually used in his game, despite the video he produced. He agreed to remove my voice and is now using voice acting for his game. We then dropped the DMCA claim and his game was put back on Steam.
Comment?
Oops. If anything happens beyond that, it's a legal matter and nobody else has any business in that but the parties involved. We settled this already and the internet wants to know all the juicy details anyway. So duh. He could have had the answer sent to him via Morse code in his rose toy. Oh no. Agree.
Going on to lie again and say that Brandon added his voice into the game despite this being untrue. Again, it was a personal build that he was baiting people into buying his game on Steam under false pretenses, but given that Jason and Kronos didn't do their due diligence, they still sent in a false DMCA, and in Kronos' case, was very obviously showing his intention was to silence Brandon.
Boy, the sentence is still so cringe if you're just like, nice dog spot. Yeah, Bo made this bet public, as always. He made this bet public, and afterwards he's like, Jay, why do you all always ask me about this? Why do you care? You just want all the juicy details and tea.
To submission rather than actually deal with the legal issue. Again, it's astounding to me how willing he is to lie about things that are very easy to prove false, but I've been repeating this so much throughout the video that it's kind of just part of who he is. Now, I had a theory as to why Jason refuses to mention any of the furry stuff, but
yes, mention the furry stuff. Answer the furry allegations.
Thankfully, I don't need to go into it, as a future situation will bring a lot of much-needed context and information.
Oh, is this my favorite situation? Is it about the twink?
Explains everything going on there much easier. On June 9th, 2025...
Yes! Lyric, the other crazy person. When I was 20 years old, Jason Thor Hall, aka Piratesoftware, aged 31 at the time, emotionally abused and manipulated me for sexual and financial gain. Thor's action had a severe impact of my life, causing me to give up being a uni student and a creator. Twink arc!
User Lyric Wolf would drop it there claiming that Jason emotionally abused and manipulated him for sexual and financial gain.
Do you have top 3 favorite dramas too? I will have it ready next time, because that's something I really need to look into. I'm sure there's some.
And that whatever went down caused him to have to quit college and being a content creator.
Imagine gooning so hard that you have to drop out of college just for furry ERP. Story of my life. This is why this is a true reason why I dropped out of non-school.
He has a website where he organizes all this information, but he also drops the full Telegram logs between the two of them, which is far more important to me, so let's take a look at them together here.
I'm very late because I was celebrating my dad's birthday party. Oh, happy birthday to your dad! Don't worry, we are just like, we still have 43 minutes.
To give a quick rundown, Lyric met Jason in February 2018 after he posted a video on YouTube about the music from his Heartbound game. However, it was in August later that year where they would hit it off.
Oh yeah, my favorite stickers. Also, fake ferret, because he always uses the fucking hyena sticker.
After Lyric donated $800 to Jason's stream, and the very next day they would get into some very spicy NSFW furry roleplay together. It's stuff that I can't really go into much detail on given just how explicit and vulgar it is for YouTube.
Yeah.
rules on the site. The images on screen are the best I can show without breaking them, but trust me, this is very tame compared to what else
Ivy, didn't you know you have two failed holy people here?
goes down. They would start planning to meet up at TwitchCon very soon after all this, and would continue to participate in NSFW roleplays as Lyric caught feelings for Jason in the process. Jason would even talk about him getting tested for STDs beforehand.
Just checking because STDs are a thing and I want to know what's what, just in case we do. Thanks.
Clearly interested in getting to the next level with the dude. He even posts his ferret furry persona Maldavius fig tree when Lyric asks what his persona is, further confirming that the ferret is Maldavius and he was lying about the TV character being them. Now just to point out now, Jason has been lying saying these DMs are fake, and the reason we know he's lying is because he posted a never before seen picture of him in their DMs.
Oops. Once again lying. Once again. Oops. Whoops.
You can see right now, and again, while we know the dude already lies about literally everything, it's just funny to see him continuously do it even when the evidence is stacked against him. On top of more NSFW furry roleplaying, Lyric and Jason will have various Discord calls together as they grew closer.
So fun fact, 90% chance it was reported, meaning this one won't. Streams and vids are different rules, and yes, sweating and praying. We are always praying. Don't know to whom, but we are.
To tell that Jason was now very clearly into the dude just as much as
well, my streams will send Saint straight back to church.
Lyric was into him shortly after becoming friends with one another. However, after seeing that Lyric got NSFW furry art with another person, Jason would get a little bit upset as he felt he was being unloyal despite it literally being just artwork, though this wouldn't lead to any issues yet anyways. Jason would start to vent about how he was struggling to gain viewers at the time, but that's not too interesting. Unlike how this one time when a 14-year-old was spamming up his Discord with crypto links so much that Lyric
I would only accept him explaining their P with the MS Paint app. A little upset, just a little. He threw a whole temper tantrum, you know? Was it in part 3, I think? Bo crashed out for 26 hours, yes. He was so mad for days. Brought it up randomly again at times.
Would end up doxing him, with Jason saying that he used to dox people when working at Blizzard. Mind you, Lyric was 20 and Jason was 31 at this moment in time. And given that Jason used to work security at Blizzard for a bit, it makes me wonder if he was abusing his power at the company to get back at people he didn't like back in the day, but I digress. More roleplaying goes down as the days go by once again.
Hi, Advocate! I made the mistake of picking up extra work. My managers can't schedule shit, man, but I am here. Hello and welcome to Pain, say Advocate.
Then they have a somewhat tense conversation together as Jason would say how he can't get a read on Lyric because he seems all over the place, and the way the messages read is in that very straightforward and aggressive way the dude is known for typing, showing his attitude goes back almost a decade now and very likely much further. They would make up though after explaining their feelings, and it was clear that Jason was still into the guy despite the small tension going on here. That is until just hours later he would get mad at Lyric.
Okay, but you take some things out here. Thor very much played the carrot and the stick game. Like when Lyric became too attached or too lovey-dovey, Thor was like, nah, this is going too fast, blah blah blah. We need to keep this casual, you know, take our time. But as soon as Lyric started showing interest in other people, he was like, I thought you were into me. Like, bro, it was like having a crush on some abusive girl. And you were like, yes, all these red flags, I love it.
For ERPing with the other dudes instead of just him, which is just hilarious to think about given they weren't even dating and the fact he's getting this bent over furry roleplays.
Yes, and then he got upset that Lyric ERP'd with another dude.
Like, he literally equates that to going down on someone in real life.
Yeah. Clearly there was. You had time to E-fuck someone else twice. Bo is more BPD than all my exes. That means something. If you have a love interest, don't do stupid shit. Yeah, but also Thor was the one who was always like, oh no, we don't know, we need to shake first, blah blah blah. Did he think that people just like stay interested for eternity and don't look elsewhere? Bruh.
It's just bizarre and funny to read as at the end of the day here, the people looking into this thought that Lyric has something deep to talk about only for it to end up being a wishy-washy relationship with Jason and nothing more. Yeah, I'm sure y'all figured it out by now, but 90% of these DMs are just two dudes who are trying to lay piping clearly.
I've been summoned to handle a drunk friend. See you later, Wayne. I am BPD Klein in my relationship and winning / silly. Sure, Ian.
having a thing for each other. And frankly, nobody gives a shit about two people.
Listen, if even Saint said, I bait my love interest, and even that was too far for me, you know it's serious.
Relationships going bad, especially when it's extremely tame shit at the end of the day here. In fact, despite Lyric trying to say how Jason was manipulating him.
Okay, it wasn't that tame. So, again, Lyric's allegations go a bit far, but there was definitely some manipulation going on. He is stupid for dropping out of college, out of uni for that and everything, you know? But, you know... As a totally neurotypical, normal BPD girly, I know what I'm talking about.
None of this comes off as manipulation, and instead just him clarifying their status and bluntly talking about his issues with how things are going, which even if he still sounds like an asshole about it, that doesn't mean he was manipulating.
Does this mean I'm stupid? Why, Portabella? What you doing?
Lyric, and it shows that Lyric was just very clearly wrong with his promotion of these leaks to begin with. Like those claims of financial manipulation, for example. Lyric says that he was being pressured by Jason to keep donating large sums of money to his Kickstarter for plushies of a character from Heartbound, but when reading the text...
I mean, again, pressured is a bit too much again. He would just constantly whine. But you didn't drop out of college for furry ARP, right? Portabella? Portabella, did you drop out of college for furry ARP? I beg of you. It wasn't pressure. Yeah, genau, exactly. He just gave him praise for donating, and when he didn't donate, he was like, oh, I didn't donate this much. You know, made the sad boy play, and how bad everything is going. It was like, oh, it might fail at this point. You know, just doing the pathetic boy play. But, no, definitely not, like, pressured.
Most that Jason did was show excitement that he would generously donate large sums of money, like $500 at one point, for example. Never not once trying to force him into giving him more. Lyric just liked seeing him happy and excited at the time because he was into him. He even says himself that he had the money when in reality he didn't have the money. It was just lying to make Jason feel better for seeing such a large donation.
I mean, they're both lying all the time, so...
to now and try and twist this narrative years later to get back at him now that he's a gigantic laughingstock by a majority of the internet. At one point, while trying to paint Jason as a financial abuser still, he shows how...
Oh, Lanza said your point, Saint. Pre-watched. You're not that smart.
How he donated $3,000 to the Kickstarter and how Jason was so excited but totally trying to manipulate him, guys, just trust him. Only for it to turn out in DMs that he was reassuring Jason that he had the money and it was all for his happiness for him not to worry about it. He says that the reason he was manipulated into this was because Jason would make comments about how the Kickstarter might fail, but that isn't
Thor and Lyric are literally kids, you're both just awful. Yes. Maybe you both just suck and are stupid.
manipulation. That's just somebody worried about their project falling apart. And for Lyric to try and twist this and honestly lie about it is hilarious, as the DMs directly contradict that, DMs that he gave to everyone to see as well. Lyric would then change his
oh god, I'm shaking. Ooh.
Pledge from $3,000 to $2,000 and tell Jason that he only did such a large amount so that he could push the Kickstarter to its goal, in which he tries to make it seem as if Jason is a bad person for showing disapproval to this when it's like, yeah, of course he'd be disappointed. $1,000 ain't no slack, and trying to paint it as if he's somehow bad for his response is ridiculous. Jason even states that he didn't know that was Lyric's intention, showing further how justified his response is despite Lyric trying to make it seem otherwise. Lyric would then lower it once more to $1,000.
Okay, but again, yeah.
1,500, but say there's no evidence of them speaking about it on Telegram together, and that it must have been because they were in a Discord call together. Fast forward to TwitchCon 2018, Jason tried to get away from his group to go meet up with Lyric in his hotel. In between 10:30 and 11 p.m, Jason will lay pipe as he mentioned
the furry art.
in text that he was glad Lyric got tested for STDs prior. It seems like nothing else
I'm so glad you got tested for STD.
Come from this, but it would turn out the very next day that Lyric would find out Jason was still married to his wife at the time, and things would get very awkward.
Oops.
Very fast. Jason would then try to use the fact that he leaked some of his DMs with Shay, his roommate as of today as a matter of fact, as a way to twist the situation onto him and try to make him out to be the bad guy somehow.
Yeah, so they both just really, really suck. You know what? They deserve each other.
Would end that very day from that point onwards. So, it turns out that Jason wasn't sexually or financially manipulating Lyric. They both had a thing for each other and Lyric is just a scorned lover, but the most notable thing to learn from all this is that Jason cheated on his wife with him. We know this because Lyric provided Jason's marriage records, and we can see that they filed for divorce in February 2019, a few months after they went down on each other at TwitchCon, with that being finalized in August 2020. So yeah, Jason cheated on his wife.
Ah! Again, also a crazy one.
with Lyric and has lied about the messages not being real because they're very embarrassing, and Lyric is rather delusional, thinking people will actually believe the false narrative he's trying to paint Jason in. As much of a piece of shit Jason is...
What? Saint, what? Cheated is strong. What do you mean? Aren't they together anymore or something? It's always TwitchCon. Always TwitchCon. Rarely do you file same day you leave your wife.
None of the claims that Lyric made are true.
Maybe they were just too, maybe they were just lazy to go file.
The story that Jason cheated on his wife with him, he would have gotten a much better reception. Also, that whole part about how being Jason's mistress, or mister in this case, caused him to quit college is just bullshit. Dude,
did he just call Lyric the mistress?
Is probably struggling already, and Jason didn't do anything to cause him to drop his career further when reading the DMs. He's just projecting his inadequacies onto a bad experience he had with a former lover. What is kind of interesting though is that Lyric actually tried to come out about all this back on April 5th, 2019, in a sense.
He didn't pressure him to leave uni. He just gave him the positive reinformance how he wants to have more time with him. Lyric was 100% the mistress. Yeah. This is just such a funny Thor was the BPD demon girlfriend, so listen, you never wanted to be the mistress to the BPD demon.
Deleted Google Doc, but was shown off the internet as it backfired in his face. The reason why is because Lyric ended up charging back an $800 donation on PayPal in March, months after he and Jason stopped talking. So in a weird, ironic...
Yeah, once again, literally, Priest Saint has experienced in evil divorces.
way, it turns out he was financially manipulating Jason himself, as well as straight up admitting to committing fraud by lying to PayPal saying it was a typo on his end. Like, he tries to paint Jason ranting about this publicly as him being a bad person, but brother, just because you say you understand you messed up in the past about this doesn't make Jason—
I don't know what you're talking about, Saint. I don't know what you're talking about. Always cool to see an $800 chargeback 212 days after donation. What exactly is going on here, and why is this allowed past the 120 days limit? Yeah, that's also crazy.
Jason's reaction unjustified, because if my former lover took back $800 just to get back at me, yeah, I'd be justifiably pissed as well. In his lust for revenge, Jason would send copyright strikes to Lyric's channel to get back at him. Now, I don't care if this was technically—
Lyric really went scorched earth on him.
Legal or not, given it was over the music of Heartbound, as Lyric was a piano YouTuber.
But also, again, kinda funny for Piratesoftware to get hit by it, who also made just so many DMCA strikes for people just because they were mean to him.
It's the fact that Jason didn't have an issue with this until he saw it as a way to get back at Lyric for charging him back illegally.
Saint, I will take everything you have now away from you when we get divorced.
You can even see the emails dated April 1st, just 4 days before Lyric posted his failed Google Doc, meaning that Jason was just abusing his power using YouTube's copyright system. And while we already know he loves to do that, it seems that this was the first instance of him doing it and seeing just how much power it gave him, hence doing that multiple times to various YouTubers in 2024 before people figured him out on his bullshit. Jason would obviously reply to this back then and reply to it again and call out Lyric for—
Oh god, after 5 years, you've come back around to try pushing the slop again, because I'm a big creator now. You can try to have won every court case so far. Listen, I will get my German lawyer. I'm a big creator now. I didn't work in 2020 because everyone called you on your shit. And it's not going to work now. You were a massive donator to our game in the very beginning and tried to use it to get close to both River Makes and myself. It worked, and we were good friends for a bit there. Well, lot more than good friends there. When you were in the sphere of friendship, you tried to push it into something sexual, and I turned you down. Wait, didn't Pirate start with the sexual thing? Lyric was the one who pushed the lovey-dovey shit. But he was the one who made it more sexual. Or am I crazy right now? From what I remember, at least, from the DMs. Nuzzles you. Yeah, he did like the cutesy, oh my god, I have a crush on you, I want to be with you thing. But I could have sworn that Piratesoftware was the one who steered it more into a sexual direction. We only saw Telegram delete Discord logs, might have been the other way on other mediums. Yeah, but from the Telegram messages. At least, that's what I remember. I'll just say from what I remember, take it with a grain of salt. I don't know, I thought they both wanted furry. Thought definitely initiated more often, yeah. After that, you went after Shay and made her so uncomfortable that she panics when thinking about that convention center to this day and doesn't want to go to conventions anymore. Then you charged back all of your donations and tried to cripple our studio. Thought it started it on Telegram, yes. Okay, good. That's why I said, just from the Telegram messages.
Trying to manipulate people. But the only part I care about is when he heavily implies the logs are fake.
Oh. Your own boyfriend at the time warned us with how toxic and dangerous you were. Dude wasn't wrong. You've spent the last 4 months working on this hit piece website, as shown in your GitHub. The last 5 years trying to form the perfect argument to take me down. Before that, you edited our logs and made up some weird hypersexual cartoon of who I am. Okay. Hell, your own website has you talking in third person and typing as if you're speaking from my perspective all over it. This shit is unhinged and pathetic.
Fake, but as we've seen already, they very much likely are not. Jason never tries to prove they're fake either. He just says it and expects people to believe him. And given how much of a liar he is and the fact that Lyric, despite having plenty of opportunity to take out parts that make him look bad, never once did, and if anything help people figure out he's guilty in his own way, show me that they're legit. I don't expect Jason to prove they're fake.
I feel like if they were edited, he would have made himself look more like a victim, you know? Especially when it came to the dox thing too. When he started talking about doxing someone. Yeah, I feel like he would have taken some stuff out from his side. If he was actually editing those.
Fake either, so I'm just gonna assume they're real unless proven otherwise. Yeah, as you can tell, this story was not what it was promoted to be, as the worst possible thing that came from this was Jason cheating on his wife and abusing the YouTube copyright system to get back at a jilted lover of his. A lover that has a lot of his own issues going on, as we can see by his poor attempts to manipulate the public himself, ironically enough. It didn't matter much though, however, as by this point in time people absolutely hated the man online for very justifiable reasons given his insane ego in a case of perhaps the most narcissistic gaming streamer ever, and that ego and narcissism will end up getting him into some trouble.
Nah, he's the most humble gamer I've ever seen in my life. Come on now.
That very same June 2025, just weeks later. Now there was one more thing I wanted to say for its own chapter, and that was the whole incident with the Stop Killing Games campaign. To make a long story short, YouTuber Ross Scott will make a video in late July 2024 talking about his new Stop Killing Games campaign.
So you should look into Shipwreck 64 for his Horror Saturday. It's really creepy and I dived did a video on it recently. Oh yeah, you said so in the Discord. I will take a look at that.
That he started so that if a game were to stop being supported by the devs due to server shutdowns or whatever, the companies would instead have to input some sort of end-of-life program for the title, basically making it where every single game purchase can be playable forever in some capacity. There's a whole bunch of legal stuff throughout as the initiative is based out of the EU, but it was seen as a great idea for gamers, especially those who were soured by Ubisoft recently killing off their crew entirely when shutting down its servers, as even though the game—
I think my worst moment was when there was a Nier game as an app, which was like kind of like gacha-like. I know those won't exist forever, but it had actually a really good story that goes after Nier Automata, and then it was taken down, and I was really sad because you couldn't even look at the story anymore. And also, it had hurt men and women. You fell for the Nier game? What do you mean? I didn't fall for it. It just had a good story. Leave me alone. I didn't pay money for it.
Had a single-player mode, it was now gone forever. The campaign would gain strong support but ultimately hit a wall, and so in June 2025, Ross would make an update video telling his audience how it's unlikely the campaign will reach its goal of 1 million signatures for the EU government to take a look into the entire thing to begin with. However, he would then start to talk about Jason and his coverage of Stop Killing Games, as at the time, he had the most viewed YouTube videos on the subject, and he would go on to show how he was blatantly saying false things about its goals and very clearly was misrepresenting.
Also, I don't understand why you would be against that initiative as someone who likes games. I fell for Genshin. I haven't spent money. Didn't. Yeah. Not even a little bit.
The initiative, such as saying how it's only for single-player games and how he thinks part of it is also converting multiplayer games to single-player for some reason when that's not the case at all.
But he also seems to think this is about converting multiplayer games to single-player. Once again, he made that up, and I have no idea why he thought that.
Transitioning an entire multiplayer server-side game
I like Type 9. Nerd. Okay, maybe a small amount $5. 5. Whatever British money you use.
Video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single player, rebuilding everything in the.
One time a guy friend spent $200 to $300 so he could get me my dream character in Genshin. That's rough.
Entire game. How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You're just going to make all the raids soloable? Imagine the day that World of Warcraft shuts down, and suddenly you have to make it a single-player game for every individual that ever bought the game. That's
yeah,
what they're asking.
I feel like that's not what they want. No. Bella, that was a friend.
Because they would have to sunset live service games as a single-player experience. The idea that
the code fish, wetfish.
No, because they would have to
fish, wetfish. Law format material, bruh.
Sunset live service games as a single-player experience. The idea that suddenly you need to make every single live service game playable single-player offline? No, dude.
Correct. No. This one is particularly baffling to me because I've heard most counter-arguments before, but until Thor, I've never heard this one.
But also, again, I don't understand why you would be against it. Because it's literally so games just can't be taken away from you. But now I have Zhongli. Of course it was Zhongli. But I understand Zhongli is best defense daddy, so...
We want the industry to convert all multiplayer games into single-player ones. I keep saying it, you never know where gamers are going to take this.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single-player games.
Yeah, so why does he keep bringing...
Was legit said. What did the sweetheart say? I will talk about your old man like that. Listen. My dragon husband deserves better than that, than being called defense daddy. I have to convert a game at sunset that's more money and effort. I don't speak nerd, Saint.
It up! This is a total red herring!
It only gets worse as these were just things Jason talked about in his videos on the subject matter. As it turns out that during stream when he was live and therefore had no pre-planning his arguments in advance, he would just straight up bully and shit on Ross relentlessly for no discernible reason other than his overinflated ego seeping through once again.
Oh shit, no, this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman.
I mean, I get being against it as a game dev. Yeah, because you don't want to put more work into it. However, his game is never coming out. Yeah. You mean as a pseudo game dev?
Garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm gonna actively tell people not to.
It's shit! He just wants me to put more work into it. It's crazy.
That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude. No. Eat my entire ass. The level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for
I know you want your ass eaten, but not now, okay? Fucking butt pirate. Exactly. No more work, no risk of soloing, no issue with manpower or extra costs, so I don't lose more money! People want to keep what they bought? Fuck them! Fuck those, I just want the money! Money!
12 hours. This shit sucks. That's a really stupid ass move. That's an incredibly stupid ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit then. I drop the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass.
Why is he talking so much about ass eating, man? Like, bruh, chill down. You will own nothing and be happy! And you will also buy the next game you won't own. And you will still be happy.
The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
In fact, in the reply after the video dropped as Jason was streaming, he said he declined to speak to Ross one-on-one because of what he says was the way he approached the situation.
You also didn't want to talk to Ross? I didn't. I didn't like the way that he was approaching the situation. I was very clear about that.
Yes, I know why he talks about eating ass so much. Because he's a literal ass pirate.
The thing is, sure, he might not agree with Stop Killing Games, but that doesn't explain why he bullied the dude for no reason, only that he disagrees with his approach, and at that, he got information blatantly wrong, which again, just makes him look even worse. He would even say on stream from way back when it all first started in August 2024 that he declined to speak to Ross because of what—
I don't even think that people would be so against him if he would have just said what you just said, you know, from the perspective of a developer, this means more work, more money that has to be put into it. I don't even think people would be that mad about it. But just because he lies about it, that just brings more hate to him than it would have done otherwise.
He said with his logic being disgusting.
If you're interested, I'd be fine with having a discussion with you on where we could at least clarify things, but your choice. I don't think I want to do that. And the reason why is this.
Bro, fucking coward. He's like, nah, I don't want to talk to him. I don't want to talk to him. Why would I want to talk to him? God damn it, Ivy. You and your clips.
It is because specifically your video that made me not interested in wanting to talk to you. It is specifically this portion of your video, right here, where you discuss
reasons why the ECA could pass. Politicals like easy wins. Politicians mostly don't care about video games. The law is already unclear on this practice. The initiative is in line with other consumer policies. It's a diversion from more serious topics.
Reasons why your initiative could pass. And your description of this, I find to be disgusting.
Politicians like easy wins, and this doesn't require them to do much at all. And unless it involves gambling or protecting children, politicians generally don't care about video games. So this isn't of big consequence to them or most of their constituencies. EU law is already unclear on a lot.
What is the lie here? Politicians mostly really don't care about video games. It's just when anything bad happens, you know, like, I remember when I was still in school, that was when this whole thing was going around with killer games. They make our children go to school and shoot them up or stab people. And politicians didn't even care to look into it. And they were just like, yeah, you know what, must be video games. Yeah, they just think that games are how you control the young, so if they think that they could use video games to get some positive consumer answers, I think, yeah. Wait, is this a new clip? Did the dickhead really react to the video that debunks him? Yeah, it's Lanza's video on the whole Piratesoftware situation came out 13 days ago.
A lot of this practice anyway, and we would be making it easy for them to
Yeah, the law is also pretty unclear on games and everything.
settle it. It falls in line with other consumer practices. You know how when you buy something, you're generally allowed to keep it? And
love when I get to keep stuff.
Finally, this is a diversion from really serious topics that politicians would prefer not to deal with.
So politicians...
Yeah, they don't have to talk about wars. They can talk about video games and how consumers should be allowed to keep them.
Politicians are going to put this forward because it's an easy win, they don't understand the subject matter, and it's a diversion from more serious issues.
Yeah. Nah, I'd rather rent.
I don't have any respect for that. And I don't have any reason to have
Why?
a conversation with you because of this. Good luck. That was a cold response to the right one, because I'm sick of it. Yeah. It's a terrible argument
I'm sick of these people who actually make arguments.
from their side, and I think it's really bad for the industry.
So, it clearly sounds like Jason is defending politicians and their intellect based on that reply. Yet when talking further about the movement in random streams, he then
I can't believe he would say politicians don't care. How dare.
to say it's actually because he doesn't want the government to be involved in gaming, period.
The moment you have the government step in and try to regulate this shit, it's going to be awful.
This will happen anyway sooner or later, so. Why, as she stops him, as he says, why? Shut up, Ivy. How about you shut up? Pirate just gets pissy when he isn't the smartest guy in the room, and that's very heavy room, yes. He probably knows that the other guy would make him look like an idiot if they had an actually one-on-one call, so he's like, nah, I'm not speaking to this peasant.
If you think the government can manage anything, you haven't been around long enough. Legitimately. That is a terrifying prospect. Letting the government get into video games is a terrible goddamn idea. Yeah, I told you before, I'm not a fan of the government. There's a reason for that shit. Keep them out of games.
Bruh.
Stay out of games. No. They can't manage shit. They've never been able to manage shit. I don't want them in games. You don't want them in games.
So, he initially says it was because...
I love that. Listen, I don't want them in games, so you don't want them in games. I don't like this guy. You don't like this guy. You get me? I'm literally God.
because of the fact that Ross worded the initiative in a way that makes it seem as if the government is stupid, but then also says that it's because he doesn't like the government because they are stupid, so why does he care if Ross makes him sound stupid in the first place? None of what he says has any logic going on here. It just sounds like he was being contrarian for the sake of it, and instead of just taking the L, he would of course decide his next course of action was to keep doubling down.
Bro, he doesn't take one L. He doesn't even take the L on having looked up a way in a puzzle game. You think he will take the L on this? Does he not know the government already has laws and policies that affect games as well as all of media? Yep. Yep. Listen, there are no laws. The government has nothing to do with video games already. Listen, it's the only free wild west is video games, don't you know? Literally the lawless land.
On everything because he is never wrong in any way on anything ever. This would first make an appearance in a really long Twitter post that he
Sub-accused farms, I put out 2 videos disagreeing with your initiative 10 months ago and haven't talked about it since. Now your initiative has failed and you're blaming me for 33 minutes of the hour-long video covering it. Your community is out in force shitting up your streams and socials with hate messages, sweats and snide comments. Aged like fine milk.
since deleted, and if I were to assume why, it's because Jason straight up accuses Ross of sending his community to attack him throughout the majority of it. Like, he tries really hard to twist this false narrative.
Bro, he feels attacked when someone just says L. I'm fine talking to people that are level-headed about this and can have a conversation, unlike you. Two gays sharing one brain cell. Always a love to see. But to be real, dude, every time you've been involved, your arbiters turn shit toxic instantly and it sets me off. Your community is fucking rabid, and it's shit to deal with for anyone on the other side of the argument. Why do you think I haven't talked about this shit in 10 months? Why do you think we auto-mute anyone bringing it up in chat? Because it's been ragebait and shit-flinging the entire time. Your own Reddit had people openly talking about causing drama in our community to try to stir up more support. Crazy.
And make Ross out to seem
and yet here you are making the drama all by yourself.
Like the bad guy, saying how his community is toxic and such. But it's so obviously just him being a manipulative little freak, which is why I believe this is the reason he deleted the post, as he very rarely deletes anything unless he knows it makes him look bad. And given his general lack of self-awareness, it must have been that bad if he noticed it himself. I mean, he even told his Discord the reason that he deleted it was because he was getting attacked. But like, come on, bro. Everybody can see the truth for what it is, no matter how.
You spent 10 months installing spyware on all of your devices. You have terrible OPSEC. Have you seen the therapy session Pirate had? That's why I can't empathize with devil's advocate for this man, baby. The therapy session? I don't think so. I just really started looking into it now because I wasn't really interested in the drama at first, but then my reading of the leaked DMs got taken down. And then I looked more into it, and now I think it's really funny what a man-child he is. With Dr. K, oh yeah, where he argued with the fucking therapist. Yes! Yes. Oh my god, this is also crazy. Yes. I don't know if it will be in the video, but I will probably do a second stream on him.
How hard you try to lie about it. Now, during this whole Ross Twitter beef situation, Jason was having issues with one of the biggest YouTubers in Moist Critical after he made a video talking about Stop Killing Games and why Jason's wrong. Jason was streaming as this video dropped, and during that stream, it would all of a sudden go down out of the blue, only for him to start up a brand new.
It's like 40 billion hours long.
But about 20 to 30 minutes later. However, that stream and all VODs of it were completely wiped, meaning that Jason deleted them for some reason, and that was because he was trying to spin a narrative saying how Ross and Critical's fans were trying to attack him over stuff he definitely didn't misunderstand at all.
Oh, he attacked commentary Jesus? It's crazy. Yeah, I think the people didn't like that.
The reason I know this is because I found an archive someone somehow managed to get, so thank you anonymous internet people for doing a good job here.
Moist Critical released a vid talking about me? Okay. That's cool. I don't know what his take is. I'm not too worried about it. I know everybody's gonna wanna—
I'm sure he's cool.
Cover the situation and talk about shit and everything like that. I released videos 10 months ago. So, more of the same shit. Different day. This time it's for videos that I released 10 months ago, and now I'm the giga-villain. They're bad because you misunderstood the entire thing? No, I didn't. If you go and look at my videos, I actually have 2 videos out on this very specifically.
I am incapable of misunderstanding anything. I am literally Jesus.
Talk about the entire thing, and I have a giant FAQ for it. So I didn't misunderstand it whatsoever.
You have a giant vagina? What?
Out on this very specifically, I talk about the entire thing, and I have a giant FAQ for it.
Oh, giant FAQ? Oops. Oops. Oopsie daisy. I take up. Vagina, listen. I am no longer ragey for this today. That's nice.
So I didn't misunderstand it whatsoever. You can go and read that. But I'm gonna be honest with you, it really doesn't matter. It's been 10 months, and I haven't talked about your initiative in all.
Then why are you still molding about it? It's been 10 months, I don't care. Where's Saint in his maid outfit showing off his boobs? Where is he when we need him?
Most the year. You came back here to get angry because you're failing. And I haven't talked about you
Him talking about it failing aged like the finest milk.
in almost a year. Never accept responsibility? No, I 100% accept responsibility for my own words. That's why I left those videos up, and I'm not taking them down.
If anyone should take responsibility here, maybe if the legislation had been better written, then some people might have actually wanted to vote for it.
Yep. But hey, that's my fault, right?
Now, after that first tweet didn't go in the direction he wanted, Jason would make a second one to try and reply to everything, with it being even longer than the last and not really worth getting into, to be honest. However, there's one part that is interesting, and that's when he said he never took down his videos he made talking
Can we get that Saint out as a sticker in the Discord? You know what? That's actually genius.
about stop killing games at any point in time, only for Ross himself to point out he specifically remembers him deleting a stream where he was talking shit about him off his channel back when things started in 2020.
Oops. I don't have much to add beyond what I said in my videos, but saying I never took my videos down is false, unless it was done by someone else who manages your channel. The stream where you read my reply and the one prior to that were absolutely deleted from your channel. Whoop.
4. Jason will then say that Twitch deletes VODs after 60 days and YouTube has issues saving streams over 12 hours long, going on to accuse Ross of lying to him about deleting the stream off the internet. Ross will point out the deletions happen within days and not the 60-day time period he just said, and Jason will further show how YouTube has issues.
Listen, my streams just got mysteriously deleted or archived, you know? We never know. You will never knew.
With saving 12-hour plus long streams and that many are missing because of that.
And yes, the SKG petition has the extra 40,000 they wanted, yes. So it's just even more funny that Piratesoftware thought like, it will fail. It will fail.
Again, basically saying that it was a YouTube glitch for why they were gone, and notably ignoring anything about Twitch and their 60-day time limit despite the site not having that same issue. Ross will leave it at that as he doesn't know the intricacies of the streaming landscape, but would still reiterate that he swears they were deleted within days. So, Jason is basically saying that due to a glitch that the streaming VODs for the time he was talking shit about Ross are gone. Well, if only that were the case.
Yeah, the 12-hour YouTube thing is accurate, but not for Twitch. Oops.
As it would turn out that Jason was lying straight to Ross's face as back in August 2024 when all this was going down.
Chances of VODs coming back, are you aware of this? I deleted them because they were being used as a way to shitstir and create more attack posts. We had a ban over 1,000 accounts in the last 5 days for hate speech. What hate speech? For being like cringe L? Death threats, doxing, etc. The videos I have out about SKG. I don't know how to say it in English. SKG. Sum up how I feel anyway, so it's not a loss.
In his Discord chat that he deleted that content because of what he says was harassment, but given how much of a victim he likes to make himself out to be at every waking moment, I'm gonna assume he's lying about that point as well. He even admitted this on stream for anyone who might think this is—
Thanks, Ivy. Very helpful. This is a very hateful stream, dude. Listen, I'm a professional hater.
some sort of fake image or whatever.
And like, on top of
SKG? Okay.
of it, I went through the Reddit for their initiative for that, and there were a number of posts in there that were people saying we should keep baiting him and attacking him, because if we do that, he'll keep talking about it, then more people—
Cheat? Why is he doing this in paint? Bait.
will sign the initiative. They were planning that shit. And those threads are still there. They're still up.
Skittles, ketchup, gummy bears. Okay. Bitte.
People are still talking about that shit on there. So instead of that, I just deleted all the VODs where
SKG?
we were talking about it. I kept my videos up and I walked away. They can eat shit.
Him lying again isn't shocking, but it's definitely infuriating to see this happening. And it's even more infuriating seeing how he was being all snarky and shit in his Discord
He actually had no idea how VODs work.
server saying stuff like, he actually had no idea how VODs work when he just bold-faced lied to Ross to get out of that one.
Hell yeah, I'm a genius. Thank you, web abuser.
Actual piece of shit, dude. I swear to fucking God, bro. Another part of that mega Twitter post was Jason saying how his internet magically went out
My internet also died mid-broadcast, so I had to go live again 30 minutes later.
During that stream. And when people asked what happened to the content, he said he took it down because of, you guessed it, harassment and hate going his way. He is
Goddamn Zoomers.
When people asked what happened to the content, he said he took it down because of, you guessed it, harassment and hate.
Deleted due to hate raids. We banned a shitload of people and I nuked the VODs. VODs on Twitch save chats and I don't want that shit on there. Also no, it was not people criticizing, it was people telling me and the mods to kill ourselves and hateful shit about our animal rescue. Okay, that's too far, not the animals. People that just wanted to talk weren't nuked. I expect nothing less from the Roach King, once again running.
Going his way. He is always somehow a victim of something no matter how it goes, but everyone
He's the main character and also the ultimate victim.
knows by this point that's just how he is as a person, full
He's the perfect blameless victim.
stop, and it just makes for more ridiculous stuff to dig through. Stuff such as how Critical will make a second video this time solely focused on Jason and how he had a talk with him after his first video only for it to go nowhere as he described him as one of the most narcissistic people known to man. Jason will get upset and show his annoyance for how
Bro, even Penguin said that. We had an entire conversation in DM. He had no solution to the issue I have with making a game remain on a playable functional state. Then he said I misrepresented the movement, but wouldn't accept that my video covers it in full. Then put out a call-out post video. Fun. The Roach needs to be stomped. You know, stomping Roach just doesn't help. I mean, imagine if he followed the advice. I know, crazy, right?
he made the call-out video in his Discord server, but it seemed like just more pointless complaints that would go nowhere. That is until soon after his chat would start to light up about some deleted message.
Oh. Hard pass, and I mean hard pass. No, that's fueling the fire. Why are you posting private DMs? Doesn't that seem a little immature? Posting Twitter DMs is against Twitter TOS, be careful. Okay.
Message a person made leaking DMs at somebody and how that was wrong. Now, whose DMs were leaked, you might ask? Man, you already know the answer to this one. It was Jason leaking his DMs.
Who could it be? Who could it be? We will never know.
DMs at Critical to his hug box, probably expecting them to coddle him, only for the first time ever to realize this dude is insane for leaking DMs at one of the most influential YouTubers just now.
Yeah, that's not the smart move there, bro. Imagine thinking that this makes you look good, bro. How retarded can you be? How is this man alive? How did he stay alive for so long?
Random ass people
For so long, he hit the second puberty.
feel sorry for him. He even says that Critical did this to send his community after him, when as we know and as I've said already, this is not the case as he is against that and condemns the activity. Jason is just trying to
Yeah, Critical is really one of those who's always like, I don't do that shit, this is cringe, this is gay.
Victimize himself in any way he could as he continues to lie and lie over and over again. Now with all this news coming to light, all thanks to Jason's ego
He expects a third. Listen, with 40 there will be a third puberty.
just not letting him stay quiet. Many, and I mean many YouTubers that make videos about the dude. It was the most anti-Piratesoftware content since the Manajam incident, and so with this newfound attention,
And it's so funny that this just pushed the movement further.
it was clear that things were about to get lit once again. For example, in his most recent video talking about Activision using AI, a comment would point out how comments keep disappearing, and Jason would confirm that he was deleting comments because of what he says was just harassment.
People are coming and backhanding.
But people would call him out on his lie as they saw plenty of comments talking about
And even a milquetoast YouTuber like Penguin Zero is against you, there's something there. Yeah, exactly. Wait till he hears about the puberty when you gain empathy. He actually is already should have gotten that one. That was 32. Maybe he needs a little longer. Lady is a late bloomer.
the drama without harassing him disappear hours later, and trust me, I saw a couple of them disappear as well, and it was clear he was just trying to keep the nice ones that suck him off before it became too much to handle as the internet did what the internet does. Jason will also stick to his guns about how he's against stop killing games despite it being obvious he was misrepresenting the movement since the beginning, and while people initially wrote it off as his stubbornness and ego peeking through yet again, there's actually one potential answer to why he was so against it. One of the game genres that stop killing games will massively affect is live service video games, and it just so happens that the company he's the director of strategy at Off-Brand Games is launching a
Oh, he really was scared that he had to put more work into it.
live service game called Rivals of Aether 2, a game that was launching in October 2024, and a game that was launching just a few months after Ross's initial campaign. Now, Jason has said his disapproval for Stop Killing Games has nothing to do with Rivals of Aether 2 launching, but I'm gonna call bullshit on that one because the logic lines up pretty well for why he's so against the initiative since the start. While I have no way to prove if that's a lie or not, and will likely never know the truth here, I'm sticking with my gut on this one because it makes sense why the guy who has an
He's like, nah, you can't expect me to put more work into this.
important role in a gaming company would be against an initiative that would make his life harder. Also, I see you over there, Ludwig, trying to play all coy and act like Jason is just some random employee of your company. Your fence sitting in social climate isn't gonna work on this one, buddy. Now, as far as Stop Killing Games is doing, after seeing that Jason was trying to derail it by misrepresenting the
Oh my
movement,
god, that's a magic number.
either maliciously for his own reasons or just out of stupidity. The internet was ablaze to get it past its 1 million signature mark or else, getting over 200,000 new signatures within a week of the situation coming onto people's feeds. The insane rapid incline of
It's just so funny how this dude who was so super against it caused enough drama so that people come in there and just push it over the goal. Hi Axis, welcome to Pain.
signees was a sight to behold, as now not only were more people made aware of what it sought out to do by letting people play the games they rightfully paid for forever, they also saw it as a way to say fuck you to Jason for what he did to Ross, making it too
No, he just didn't just got the game, but also people who just want to fuck with Jason. It's just hilarious. I love when stuff like that happens.
understandable reasons for people to get involved. I mean, you have people making fan art of Ross as the postal dude going around getting people to sign his petition, a post that was retweeted by the postal creators running with scissors themselves, showing that actual real game devs are all for the movement as well, which was a sight to behold. PewDiePie himself, the biggest individual YouTuber ever, would even make a YouTube community tab post telling people to check it out, and given that, you know, he's fucking PewDiePie, this was—
Bro, I think that was a really, really bad day for the butt pirate. A really, really bad day.
seen as the biggest development of the movement and a huge sign that the internet might actually be able to pull things off here with just under a month remaining. I can't even make a list of all the names who backstopped Killing Games, otherwise we could go on for 10 plus minutes. It seemed like it was literally the entire YouTube scene from all corners of the site uniting together for a single cause. And honestly, it was a pretty beautiful sight to see everyone find one thing they can all agree on together for once. Well, everyone.
One time the internet was able to hold hands and all sang Kumbaya together. Except for the butt pirate.
Except Jason here anyways. By this point in time, it was July 1st, 2025, and it would become apparent that despite the challenge cutting it close to the finish line, that Stop Killing Games would get to its goal soon, especially when July 2nd got over 100,000 new signatures alone in just that single day. That same day, Jason would announce that he was leaving Off-Brand Games because
I am no longer working at Off-Brand Games. People were attacking all of the games we were publishing and trying to mass review bomb them. You can dislike the things I say, but this kind of behavior is unhinged. Learned a lot there, accomplished a lot, hope they succeed regardless. Love those dudes and loved working with them. Hope they keep cooking. Okay, that's a bit far to go and review bomb stuff just because the idiot is working there.
people were attacking the games they publish and review bombing them due to his involvement with the company, with Ludwig even trying to perpetuate that narrative himself in a reply to that very tweet. However, while I do remember seeing a couple bad reviews on Rival of Aether 2 before they were deleted, people point out that the stats on Steam say otherwise and show that they were likely lying about the review bombing. I say likely because realistically, I would
I mean, it's clear Pirate was developing Rivals of Aether because the game has an end-of-life plan here. They weren't. They weren't? Oh. Oh, yeah. Listen. I can't see the future, okay? Okay, he lied again. Listen. One time I believed him. My mistake.
personally equate it to more like review rock throwing than bombing, but that's getting into semantics and that's not worth the time.
Not the review rock throwing.
Point is, saying the games are getting review bombed was very hyperbolic and presented that way to build a victim narrative, as the only game that's been consistently review bombed has been Jason's own title, Heartbound, not the stuff Off-Brand Games has published. Seeing that the Stop Killing Games initiative turned—
Listen, the game is still unfinished after 8 years, so they will probably got review bombed anyway.
into not if it will go through, but when it will go through, Jason would beg for sympathy in his Discord server, saying how he's now heading to urgent care for—
Guys, feel sorry for me. Harmful went over how it wasn't since there was like 5 bad reviews with Jason mentioned. Oh god, not 5 full bad reviews. Cough won't stop getting worse. Headed to urgent care. Try not to light the house on fire while I'm gone. He's literally dying, bro.
For whatever that reason may be. The reason was likely due to the upcoming Copenseed Fest, as at 11:41 a.m.
Copenseed mentioned? Copenseed mentioned?
Eastern Standard Time, Stop Killing Games had hit its goal of 1 million signatures needed to make its way to the European government, meaning that after years of hard work that things were finally paying off. Even the skibbity toilet guy to fuck Boom was really—
the skibbity toilet guy. Absolute W for Ross for doing all of this. Hope the initiative goes through.
For the initiative the whole time, and if you got that guy in your corner, you know you were doing something right here. Gamers
But a negative review obviously means it's review bombing attempt. So true. So true, name.
had officially risen up and within just under 2 weeks' time completed a task thought otherwise to be impossible, and it was a moment of celebration from all gamers of every walk of life across the world. Well, all gamers except Jason and his Discord server, that is. You see, Jason has a small cult personality going on in his server, and the people within, while not really important at all to be honest.
Oh god, are they just like the, in quotation marks, lawyer? Time given to negatively review the stream. True, leave a dislike. Unsubscribe now. If I remember correctly, a couple of the games got better reviews after the SKG drama started. Nah, it's review bombing with good reviews.
Tend to say some really stupid and funny stuff, such as this user saying how the Stop Killing Games movement reminds them of the anti-vaxxers movement in what is one of the most retarded attempts at trying to bring politics into this mess. Someone would even say Ross was stalking Jason.
Gotta become the least favorite hater. You already are.
Which is just false, but you can tell some of them are so stupid, so it's just funny to sit back and point and laugh at them for saying such dumb stuff to begin with. The reason I bring the Discord up is because a mod would reveal that Jason was allegedly swatted on July 1st, which was a Tuesday, which if true, is a pretty insane thing to happen.
Wild of true.
As no matter how much of a manipulative, egotistical, narcissistic, smug asshole he is, no one deserves to be put through that. Of course, he doesn't help himself as on July 3rd. He would tweet out trying to say how he didn't have anything to do with the initiative stalling back then, despite his own graph literally showing a noticeable decline in signatures after.
Yeah, I was about to say, he literally spoke out against it and pretty strongly, so you can't say that now.
His videos came out, but the most interesting part was him taking partial credit for it going through by saying how making him the villain of the
Bruh. I made myself the villain, so it won. The most interesting narrative is that my videos somehow killed the initiative. This graph shows that the initiative already had a downward trend in interest when my videos dropped. Yeah, so that would have only made it worse. My videos do not seem to have had any impact on the movement at all. Making me the villain did though. Best of luck with your next step. Bruh.
Movement helped it out. The amount of ego somebody needs in order to even attempt to twist the narrative in their favor in a way like this is insurmountable.
He does have like a weird little obsessive following. They're all so parasocial and they destroy every multiplayer game Jason plays because they're mob servers, bruh. It's like how in every fucking gaming community he was, people just started to hate him. You know, there's just this few little who are like, oh my god, he's literally god.
Yet despite seeing it happen, and the fact I've never actually seen an attempt so egregious like this in my life until now, I can't say I was shocked he tried this, because I wasn't. It also doesn't help that the one tweet he decides to hide is the one telling him to just take the L and let go of the ego and gain some self-awareness.
He will never take the L. Never.
We all know that ain't happening, and the show is only going to get even more entertaining from this point onward.
You can't be wrong. You can't do this to him.
Now on stream, just days later, Jason was still acting as expected, saying things like how he hopes the people supporting SKG gets everything they want but nothing they ask for as a way to sound too deep for me, as he was still.
Bruh. You mean just like he did in War of Porphin, where he got what he wanted but not the way he wanted it, and then coped for it forever?
Still clearly upset that it went through.
So, I'm gonna be honest with you. I hope that your initiative gets everything you asked for, but nothing you wanted. And I'll leave it there.
People would also see him tell.
Bro. What a salty bitch.
Of year in chat saying that he updates Heartbound within the first week of the month, but back when he started updating the game again in February 2025, he said it was on the first of every month, meaning that he was shifting the goalposts here to no one's surprise.
Wish you would finish your other game first, though.
Everyone was shocked. Shocked and surprised. You mean the game is still not done? It's crazy.
You put out an update for Heartbound every month on the first of the month, which you would know if you ever actually looked at that page.
Guys, if he just says one more comment, he'll win the drama. Yes, he's about to win. You always see, and then you will regret. You will regret every mean thing you ever said to him. Where Ashes of Creation is good and Piratesoftware sucks. I will take a look at that later. I'm glad if I can finish this video today. We're only 21 minutes. It's almost time. What, 2 AM? Ivy, why you do this to me?
Or knew anything about the game, or had engaged in our community in any way other than coming over here, chat hopping, and posting from Reddit. You're just in Heartbound.
Oh, the fucking chat hoppers.
early access games anymore, don't buy it then. Straight up. There is no reason to get it.
Bro, imagine getting so salty over someone. It's just so cringe. Like, can't he laugh about himself one time? Like, he's totally incapable to laugh at himself one single time. He just gets butthurt every time.
For you, if you don't want an early access video game. I update it the first week of every month. We actually put out an update for Heartbound every month on the first of the month.
I mean, people would even find an old clip of Jason saying that QA work, the only other job that he had at Blizzard outside the security stuff, isn't even real game dev work, meaning that by his own logic, he was never a game dev at Blizzard and has been lying to people by implying as such.
Someone on Insta there saying you're never a Blizzard dev? That's because I wasn't. I was in...
Bruh. Bruh, he sells himself everywhere. Oh, I was a developer in Blizzard. And then there he is.
Quality assurance, and then I was the lead of application security, and then I was a senior red team specialist. I'm an offensive security specialist. I'm a hacker, dude. When the hell have I ever said I was a dev then?
But even just someone working in security, like, I'm a hacker, bro. I'm a hacker. Professional hacker. I can hack your system right now. It will destroy your firewall. Take what I say with a grain of salt, because I don't like the Undertale games, but his game is so fucking boring. Yeah. From what I've seen, yeah, there's not... If you played Undertale, it's pretty much... Not really much anything new. That was a sentence.
What? QA is part of the development process. They are developers. People make up all kinds of shit.
I don't got any words for this, but I ain't shocked about all this contradictory shit coming from him at all. Speaking of contradictory shit, remember how Jason was getting all pissed that people were review bombing off-brand games earlier? Well, here's his opinions on review bombing when it doesn't apply to him.
#FixDF2 has gained quite some traction, and it seems they've even taken some of your notes by conducting a good old-fashioned review bomb. That aside, I also wanted to clarify that this
oh my god.
Isn't the first time players voiced their concerns to Valve about the game.
Yep.
#SafetyF2 was the first iteration of the campaign, a peaceful protest conducted 2 years ago to alert Valve to the ongoing bot crisis.
If you want to affect change, you need to do it clearly, concisely. You need to not assume the way that the other party feels, or assume what their actions are.
Never assume how anyone feels. Excuse me? Isn't that how communication works?
And you need to do things like this. Show your distaste.
So he literally supports review bombing, yet gets pissy about it when his very own beliefs are applied to him. Insane behavior, dude. Now, Jason wasn't just sticking to streaming to keep himself busy after all this. As it turns out that just 3 days after Stop Killing Games would go through, people find him updating some stuff he was still selling on Second Life.
Oh. Underground, Puzzle Block, The Tube, Counter Clicker.
Under his Maldavius Victory name, with updates for Puzzle Block, The Tube, and some sort of customizable clicker animation thing all coming out on July 6, 2025. I find it strange he would head back to an era of his life he's very much in.
Shameless uninspired copy from what I heard, yeah. I watched some people play it on stream, and if, like I said, if you played the fucking Undertale, it's not really that much different.
Embarrassed to talk about publicly, but that ain't really too interesting here other than pointing out he's still doing stuff on Second Life. What is interesting is that in this 4chan thread making fun of Jason that was started on July 3rd, an Anon would make a comment asking for proof that Jason had forced himself upon animals and says he doesn't care about his
Why do people... Listen, he is cringe and narcissistic, but why do people always like, yeah, you fuck animals or you are a pedophile? Sometimes people are just cringe.
Discord logs are commissioning feral furry porn of his favorite character, saying that Kiwi Farm sends overblow stuff. However, right in between all of that, y'all can see them asking for real evidence, except the Anon says, quote, "Give me evidence that I did that shit." Obviously, this implies the Anon was Jason himself trying to search for what his detractors were saying about him. And if you notice, the message was meant to be deleted after whoever this person is realized their grammatical mistake. But archives do what archives do, and now we got this to look at. Now, does this prove this is Jason? Not at all. But if this was a troll pretending...
Listen, if that's a troll, there's no evidence for that, so... But it would be really funny. Difference being Heartbound at most has 3 minutes of uninspired gameplay, whilst Undertale has gameplay all through.
To be Jason, trying to delete the message certainly makes things look a whole lot more suspicious here, as most trolls would try to leave it up to continue the chaos. However, it's also very possible the troll could be...
What? Freudian slip? What?
smarter about it and was 2 steps ahead of people by trying to delete the message to make it further seem as if it really was Jason. But given it's basically impossible to prove if this was him or not, I'm just gonna say this is a troll being extra smart about it unless news comes out in the future proving otherwise.
Listen, they're
Now back
just
to those
playing 4D chess. Saint, put on the dress.
swatting claims. Jason would say this happened
Okay,
on Tuesday,
the
July
watching comment. I thought I did something again.
1st at 9 a.m. while he was live on stream playing video games, and so I would go through the task of watching every single minute from 7 hours into the stream onwards just to give myself some extra breathing room in case it wasn't at this exact time for every moment he wasn't on camera. My notes are exactly as follows, with only 2 notable instances of extended time off camera being when he said he was eating a snack and when he went to the restroom, with the rest being seconds long and probably just drinking water or taking a quick stretch or whatever. You would think that if a SWAT team was at his house that he wouldn't be on camera for at least 20 minutes, and at that the viewers would hear all the commotion going on as they come through the house for whatever the false call may have been. Even when people were asking for him to prove this happened on stream on July 5th, he would instead berate them in chat for daring to ask for evidence to begin with.
Proof? Oh, you just said
what?
proof?
You asked for proof? How dare you? Bruh.
Proof over and over again. I'm not giving you the goddamn, like, police report, man, so you can dox me even further. Eat shit. Get out of my chat. Insane behavior, dude.
You can,
Wild.
you can
let me give
just
you my-
censor your private data. Fucking retard.
Police contact, too. Yeah, what a good idea.
He also allegedly got swatted a second time on the 4th of July as well, according to his Discord, meaning that we now have 2 alleged cases.
You need some moonshine? Yeah, I have my monster moonshine. Wait. Let me get my straw. Don't forget to hydrate and drink your caffeine.
Of this happening. There was even this one part in another stream on July 6th after all this where he again says he got swatted 2 times.
Legit moonshine? You don't know what I'm drinking, bruh. Yo, no cursing! You're Uwu Bean! Always. Listen, I'm just Uwu Bean if I put this, 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 and this on. God damn it. Fuck me. Fuck my life. What am I doing? This and this. Cursed, what do you mean? What do you mean?
But just seconds later says that they tried to swat him.
They swatted me on July 1st and July 4th, so they tried that
I
twice.
get swatted every day. They tell me to put my pants down. I mean, if Duo is screaming in German, she's probably saying a pretty poem. Exactly.
Even though, like, local law enforcement knows who I am, and they reached out, and they're like, hey, this is happening again.
So now Jason's saying that they tried to swat him, but that since the local police know who he is, they knew it was bogus, so now things are just back to square.
Listen, I get swatted every day. We're on first name basis, so I got them a coffee, and then everything was good. Everything was good.
One again here. It seems that Jason was lying to people here, and trust me, knowing how much he lies and how often he does it, I was under that same exact impression, but during my research, I discovered a report showing that the police in his area were sent to the very block he lives on at around 8 a.m. that very July 1st day, and in that report it says they were given a false statement. Now, even though Jason says it was 9 a.m., I'm willing to give the benefit of the doubt here, and at that, the fact that police themselves confirmed it was something false and something that happened on the very housing block that he lives at around the time period he told people, yeah, it seems like somebody actually did call the police on him here to try to swat him. The only part that doesn't add up to me is that there's no part where Jason is off camera for a long period of time during this time frame, except for when he said he was getting a...
I handed them a beer and we butt shocked, dude. And then we gave each other a slap on the butt and everything was fine again.
Snack as he was gone for just over 10 minutes. This happened at around 7:40 a.m. as the stream started after 12 a.m. midnight, so maybe it's possible that the police were called earlier, showed up to his place and realized they were given a false report after he spoke with them, and then updated that report at 8 a.m. to show it was a false call. That's the only thing that would make sense here, so take that however you will. As far as him not wanting to prove it to people, given he says it's because he'd have to give out personal info to do so, and given the only way I could even show y'all the police report was bogus was looking into said info, it actually makes sense why he wouldn't try to prove it in this case. That still doesn't take away from him being a snarky asshole on stream or the fact he lies a lot, and the
him being a snarky asshole is nothing new. Okay, but to be fair, police report doesn't mean swatting per se. It could be a wellness check or things like that. Yeah, would also be wrong, but again, he doesn't need to be a snarky asshole just because someone is like, okay, can you show anything about that, dude?
The fact I even had to go through all these hoops to prove this happened because he's such a habitual liar is really annoying, but the truth matters more at the end of the day here. From what I gathered, someone indeed tried to swat him, and unless extra information comes out proving otherwise, this will be the story for now. Now things would get interesting as they would start to look into Jason's code for Heartbound and realize that it's extremely bad straight up. In fact, there's this one YouTuber named Coding Jesus who would make a video breaking it down and
Coding Jesus video was really good. I was thinking about showing that, but I just know really, really basic stuff about coding, so much of it would go over my head. I roughly understand what the problem there is, but going over the whole video, I couldn't really add much there.
explaining his bad practices, in which Jason himself would of course comment on it to try and argue his way out of it instead of just letting it be, saying that his code is bad on purpose because it's part of an ARG for Heartbound that he's making and totally not.
No, that is actually the funniest response ever. Yeah, you know what, your fucking code sucks. If your ARG is solvable with access to the source code, how is it an ARG? That's part of, it's not. That's part of the process for people solving it. Go read the write-up made by the community.
Because he's a fraud, but I digress. Now, I'm not here to judge whether the ARG is a pointless waste of time and how his coding and practices are garbage despite initially building his online identity as a former Blizzard dev before people realize he lied.
Or just maybe a lie. Like, once again, I have no proof for that. It's just my opinion. In my opinion, the ARG is fucking bullshit.
About that. But what I am here to show you is him talking more about the situation on stream in the early hours of July 8th, 2025, in which he talks about how he... Hey, whoa, wait a minute. The stream's been privated. Why would Jason private his stream? He never...
Why would he private the stream? He never does that.
Does this unless he knows something bad went down and is trying to save face. Well, it turns out that as part of his little rant about Coding Jesus, Jason decided to post a link to his video in the chat showing his comment to boost the like ratio and send his audience after him.
Oops. Brigading? Brigading? Hate reviews? Review bombing?
Take a link to it? You have to click on the little 6 hours edited? Aha! Let's see. 6 hours ago... No, that just gives me a link to the... It just refreshes the page when I do that, man. So that doesn't seem to do it? Oh, do I have to right-click on this and then copy link address? Then...
Bro didn't know how to put a video in the fucking... chat? What? Piratesoftware is like the Waluigi of the whole gaming sphere. He's just a sniveling and conniving loser. True. True, Jilla. Bruh. And he is the one who always cries when people are mean to him, you know? Or just poke a little fun at him. He's crying. If anyone would have done that to him, he's like, I'm getting hate paraded.
Do that. Is that what does it?
He is like the $1 store Waluigi.
Ah, it does highlighted comment. There we go. Boop. There's my comment on it. Enjoy. And I also...
Guys, we're gonna ratio him, like my comment.
Also have a whole argument with a whole bunch of people in the replies in there so they can see what's going on with it. I talked to them through the entire thing of why I did that all in an array, because that is not normal practice to do that, and it's specifically so that you guys can reverse engineer the game and solve the ARG. So
imagine if he's now like, fuck, now I have to put an ARG in my game somehow. Because I made that up. Fuck me.
Sometimes doing bad practice has meaning, which is why I did it in that case, so that you guys...
Yeah, totally not because my code is trash, guys, just trust me. I swear I meant to make my games coding shit, so it was on purpose, guys.
Could do those ARG components, and I've been saying that for years.
No, it's actually doing them. People have solved a portion of it. Okay. Okay. Then I'm wrong. It would have been funny, though.
Years.
Now it's debatable whether he actually sent his audience after Coding Jesus or not, but you gotta remember, back during the Managem incident, Jason was complaining about streamers and other creators who were covering him and saying they were brigading him by watching the clips over and over again when that wasn't the case and he was just butthurt. So that same exact...
I give him that much. Okay. Maybe Piratesoftware being a loser as part of the ARG. We need to solve the code so he can finally break character and act normal. Dude, FNAF had an ARG in the code. What are you on, Pirate? The code is fine, it's no excuse. Bro needs a PR team. There's your next job, Saint. Doesn't mean he made a good ARG. True. I just really love the idea of thinking, you know what, the code is shit. That's because it's an ARG. And then just scrambling to put something in there. That's what I said, you know, just that it would be funny.
Logic can be applied to him here when giving his audience a link to his comment on the video. It's no wonder he privated the stream. He knows it makes him look bad, and it's yet another example of his double standards seeping through yet again as we've all come to witness.
Damn, I'm slandering here. I can't believe I'm slandering him right now.
Here. As we've come to learn today, Jason Thor Hall of the Piratesoftware internet brand is one of the most egotistical and narcissistic—
Don't you cover ARGs too? No. No, just the analog cover. I'm too stupid for ARGs, okay? Let's be real.
people we've ever seen, not just in the content creation space, but on the internet in general. He's not the game dev who worked for 7 years at Blizzard or the super smart guy he tries to portray himself as. He's that one guy you know in real life who embellishes a lot of things about himself, and in a good—
Saint has next job already. He's going to be my waifu. Oh, congratulations, Quantum.
good amount of cases, as we've come to see, outright lies about stuff to make himself look better so that he can satiate his unstable ego and insecurity.
Welcome back, Wayne. Done babysitting the 30-year-old. You can't finish a two-piece puzzle. Listen, left or right is really complicated, okay?
Securities. Despite this initially working when he blew up online, his sheer immense ego with a gravitational pull stronger than a black hole caused his facade to tumble down just as fast as he rose into prominence. Honestly, the main thing that keeps repeating itself throughout this video is this incessant need Jason has where he absolutely needs to be at the top of everything he talks about or is involved in. When watching his content, it became very apparent that everything he talks about is framed in a way where he's either the smartest guy in the room, the people around him are wrong somehow, even to the most pedantic—
No, he's the victim.
degree possible, or he's somehow a victim of something in whatever way he can spin it. It's rather strange as while I've known people like this in my life, I've
left and right aren't needed for a two-piece puzzle, do? Shut up, name.
Never seen someone do this to such a degree as a man of the hour here, as a guy was literally so desperate to seem like the smartest man in the world that he was cheating at simple puzzle games and has refused to admit it despite it being very obvious he did. It's extremely bizarre to see, and the fact he continues to double down, no wait, triple down, actually fuck it, quadruple down.
Even more than quadruple down. And this time it's like whatever 10 times down is.
It's just so entertaining to witness at this point, to be honest. Like, the dude literally goes by his middle name of Thor instead of his first name Jason. He says it's because
Listen, he just wants to be the god of thunder, okay? Because he wants to steal the thunder.
He doesn't like his first name much, but guys, be real with me here. We all know it's actually because Thor is the name of the god of thunder, and it's a name that sounds
quintupled down. It's a funny word, tupled.
badass and feels his ego. The signs are extremely obvious here. At some points, it's really sad to see because you can—
He wants to be the god of the gay lightning. No, what was it? Bisexual lightning. Fuck.
He's insecure and needs to be seen as some sort of godlike figure, hence the way he acts and the name he goes by, but at the same time his ego is so high up and stuck in the very thunderclouds he wants to be a part of that you can't help but get a nasty taste in your mouth about everything surrounding his entire identity. There's this one stream Jason was on in May 2025 with Dr. K.
Oh, that's the one with the therapist.
A psychiatrist who makes content talking to internet figures about that kind of stuff as it's his profession. And I decided to save that for the end here, because if there's anywhere I would recommend to check things out for the full Piratesoftware psychoanalysis, it's from a professional in that very industry. It is an absolutely fascinating video to watch because you can tell—
Ivy, you're a bad joke. Shut the fuck up. That's hilarious.
That Dr. K himself quickly figured he was talking to a highly egotistical and narcissistic man. He just wanted to say it because he didn't want to anger him and lose his focus, because there are so many parts where Jason talks in ways that very clearly show it as such. I don't want to make this ending a long stretched out clip compilation, so let me just play you what I think is a highlight of the entire experience.
A simple thing, and I'm not saying that you should do this, but I'm curious about this, is I've noticed that you tend to be incomplete. I mean, sorry, I've noticed that you tend to be—
Bruh. You know what? You're kind of incomplete, my dude.
complete with your answers. So when I look at that X thread, right, you try really hard and you do a great job. You're like, here's what happened, here's what happened.
You do a great job there, honey, but...
what happened, here's what happened, here's what happened. Have you ever tried to be incomplete with the smugness? Just talk about the smugness.
Well, when even the therapist is like, have you tried to be less smug? You know it's bad.
If I try to be incomplete with it?
Incomplete with the whole story and just focus on the smugness.
What does that mean?
Let me
like not give any context whatsoever?
Yeah. Let's say yes to that. I think that's a bit of a hyperbole, but
just an emotional response?
No, just say, hey guys, so
funnily enough, I heard Gilgamesh is a therapist, but for some reason he puts a space between the word. Don't know why. Couldn't tell. It's a mystery to every one of us.
Basically, you know, when you tell the narrative, you start with like, I made a mistake, everyone made mistakes, I was smug. And then there's a lot that comes after that. How would you feel about just ending it after that first paragraph?
I hate that.
Bruh. Why can't you just say, I was smug? Nah, I need to give context, bruh.
Okay.
I
have to answer why I was smug, but also why me being smug was totally fair and how I was in the right and everyone else was wrong. Shut the fuck up, Mr. Therapist guy.
like an immediate, emotionally
Just how mad he immediately gets, yeah.
angry response against that because it feels like idiocracy.
It's idiocracy, sir.
Okay.
It feels like that's too long, didn't read. I don't need all those words when few words do gooder. That I hate that shit. Like I super hate that kind of.
I guess he got so aggressive. He really goes into bitch rage here.
Communication of like, there's a lot of people that say like, oh, you should just say my bad, guys. No, that.
Listen, it would have saved you so much trouble if you would have just tried these few little words. Sometimes the simple solution is the bestest solution. I know, crazy. The goodest solution.
Does not in any way explain a situation. That doesn't tell you any information.
Most people don't care about your endless explanation, honey.
That is real. It is hand-waving for the masses in a way that is disingenuous to what happened and disingenuous to the people that are involved. I feel like to do that...
Literally me. Lots of words. Happy for you or sorry that happened, yeah. But if you hit me with a wall of text, you can bet your ass I'ma put my phone down and go back to my nap.
Would be just me lying for the sake of lying so that people would fuck off. I really hate that. That absolutely feels like idiocracy to me. 100%. I don't like doing hand-waving gestures.
Have you seen Mr. K face right now?
I really hate that. That absolutely.
He's like,
absolutely feels like idiocracy to me. 100%. I don't like doing
He's like, yeah.
hand-waving gestures for the sake of hand-waving gestures. I don't like that at all. And I don't know if that's a wrong thing to feel.
He's like, okay. God, why? Are you done talking?
But that feels f***ed up to me.
No. I think
could do that. I could go on the internet and just be like, oh yeah, my bad, guys. Burp.
Well, now he's on the tirade.
But like, that's not real. It doesn't make sense.
I think that's great. So I think...
I think that's great, honey, but... He's over-explaining why he over-explains.
What I liked about that response, so my hope, so we're not here to like rehab your PR, right? We're just here to have a conversation. And at the same time, over the last 2 hours, there's something about the way that I hear you talk that rubs me the wrong way.
Oh. Mr. K, aren't you tired of being nice? Don't you just want to go apeshit?
There's something about the way that you talk.
Why does he laugh? Why is he laughing?
That seems...
Okay, now he's thinking, how do I say this nicely? How do I say this without triggering him immediately again? How do I do this?
Dismissive. So I'll tell you...
You're dismissive.
Where that...
No, I agree with that.
Right? So no, it's like, I made a mistake, we all made mistakes. Right? So there's something about your sentence construction. It's like, oh yeah, Thor, I'm sorry I cheated on you, bro. I really do love you.
But we all make mistakes. Listen, I might have cheated, but you know, statistically, many people cheat. It's in your human nature.
You know, we both have flaws in this marriage. You see what I mean?
Now that you've cheated on me.
Yeah. so there's something, and I don't think, and this is what's so tricky, is like, I don't think you're wrong. Like, I don't, and what we got
the way that
from
I
you...
feel about it,
yeah,
is that I don't even know if the word, it doesn't feel like a lie. It feels like appeasement for the sake of appeasement.
Yeah.
It feels like they're asking for something that they know is not real, and I'd be giving them something that we both know is not real for the sake of giving
It's not real that I'm sorry. Why do you want me to say sorry?
something that's not real, so that they stop being mad about something that doesn't make sense to me.
This is so fascinating because you can see that Jason believes by not giving context that he's lying, yet by making those long drawn out posts on Twitter trying to justify, in his case, what people have come to learn is him commonly lying or at the very least misconstruing something, he ironically does the very thing he sought out to not do according to what he told Dr. K.
Listen, if I stretch out the lie long enough, is it really a lie anymore? Come on now.
And the most interesting part is that he doesn't even seem to realize it. He's either so far up his own ass and into now that he's not the guy he portrays himself as, or knows he's dug himself a hole too deep and can't get out of it, so he tries to keep up this facade. But if you ask me, after seeing how this guy is like during my research, he's definitely way too far up his own ass on this one. Well, there are people in this world who probably...
Well, he likes it up there, so Maybe himself up the ass is all he gets. Come on now.
Have similar traits to him. There are very few who are as insufferable as him on his level, and on top of that, even less who stream video games, and on top of that, even less who stream 10 plus hours a day, 5 days a week to thousands of people currently. There's really—
Bruh. 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. My soul would leave my body.
only one last thing to take from all this, and that's the fact that Jason here, the man who initially portrayed himself as a Blizzard dev, is so incompetent at creating a game that Yandere Dev, the most infamous video game creator on the internet known for his bad coding and
oh god, the empty shark eyes.
Coding practices, is unironically better at making games than him. I shit you not.
You know what, that's so sad. Like Yandev, you know, aside from being fucking rumor, got so much shit for his fucking game. I know too much about this man's sector life, yes. You know, it's a running gag to make fun of Yandev for how long he needs for his fucking game. And then it turns out there's someone even worse.
Yandere Dev has been making more updates and more substantial ones at that on his video game than Jason, a game that's even in 3D and therefore harder to make, and I straight up crashed out initially when researching this part and coming to this realization and seeing that we found someone worse at making games than him. I still can't fucking believe it, dude. Yandere Dev and his awful video game production is stuff of internet legend, and Jason and his production of Heartbound has surpassed something that most people assumed would never even be matched up to due to the sheer incompetence that is Yandere Simulator's development cycle. He's literally Yandere Dev 2.0, dude, and it's still absolutely nuts to me even thinking about this when finishing up this—
Listen, he's just as good as Yandev. But even worse. We downgraded him.
Video. Shout out to my channel members for helping support my content, and shout out to my bestie tier members Wrathwollen, Nami, Code—
Yep, okay. Sorry. Boop, 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 boop. Oh. Okay.
This past June, and that's when he said the most valuable lesson in life is to have a contingency plan in case things go south.
Wanted to ask, if you don't mind, can share with us, what is the most valuable lessons that you've learned in life?
I think the biggest thing is always have a contingency plan, no matter what it is that you're doing.
Excuse me? What? What? My most valuable lesson I learned in life is when you invite a crazy over, hide the knives.
Always. Always think about, if I were to lose everything right now, what would I do next? And if you do that, you will likely survive pretty much any environment. Anything you could possibly do. And
Does it come from experience, from crashing in one community to the next?
I think that's something a lot of people don't do.
Unless you're into the knives, yeah.
They go, well, I've got it good now, so I'm just gonna live like I got it good.
But then protect your vital organs.
Do not grow to the size of the fishbowl that you are offered. Be a tiny fish inside of that fishbowl, every time. No matter
Do also hide the spoons. What are you gonna spoon?
what.
This makes so much sense to me because, as y'all seen throughout this video, he's been getting kicked out of games.
Don't spoon my eyes. I could have answered that faster, that the other party is the protagonist of their own story and not just an NPC to yours. That's so deep, Wayne.
Gaming communities and probably just general friend groups pretty much his entire life since he was 18 years old. And seeing him say this means that those experiences have clearly left some kind of impact on him if this is what he deems as the most valuable lesson in life to have. It's one of the very few honest looks in—
I'm going to spoon you, dude. Aww. Come over.
To the guy coming from the man himself, and it's honestly kind of sad to see this because he can now add his streaming career to the mix, as it's likely going to wither away in a slow and painful death unless he fixes himself and his mental issues. Or he'll continue to dig himself this giant hole he's found himself in and blame everyone else around him
Listen, he will reach the core of the earth one day, and then you all will see.
Except himself. And seeing how he's been acting even after the WoW incident, now to stop killing games one, it's looking to be like that.
Boop. And that was it. Yeah, that was Lancer's video. I thought this was a really good overview. Oh god, oh god, oh god, stop. Yeah, that was Lancer's video about the whole situation. I thought it was a really good overview from all the stuff he was there. Go the fuck to sleep, babe. I'm about to, don't worry. Yeah, like I said, I thought it was a really good overview from the beginning. Also not too long on every segment. There are longer videos that go over like just one part of it, like I saw with the Mr. K was a long video. The Mana Gem were also some things with the coding, but I thought this is nice to get a insight into this. I hope you enjoyed that all. And with that, I will now, when next stream, Good question. I will try to do tomorrow one. Otherwise, Monday will be the next one. And next Saturday will also be a horror Saturday again. So, Sister Snail will never. Fine, I end it all. So next Saturday will also Sister Snail is back from vacation. Next Saturday it will be a horror Saturday again. And I'm looking forward to see you all there. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And have a good day, night, evening, or whatever time it is for you. Bye-bye!